जाता है कि शेख शाहजहां, जो कि रेशन स्कैम का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक एक्यूज्ड है, जिसके घर में बहुत सारे इंफॉर्मेशन पा सकते हैं, क्योंकि ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का बहुत क्लोज एड माना जा रहा है इसको, तभी इसीलिए उसको अगर छोड़ दिया जाता है तो उसका एब्सकॉन्ड होने का अर्थात भाग जाने का एक सिचुएशन हो सकता है। बल्कि आपको ये भी बता दूं, ऐसा भी सिचुएशन हो सकता है कि जो इंफॉर्मेशन रहता है उसके पास वो टैंपर हो जाए, एविडेंस टैंपर हो जाए। ऐसे हालात में ईडी ऑफिसर्स क्या करेंगे, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। जो कि ईडी ऑफिसर्स का बहुत सारा जो ऑफिसर्स है वो इंज्योर है। एक ऑफिसर्स का ये भी हालात है कि उसका माथे में बैंडेज है, हॉस्पिटल लेके गया हुआ था। जो जवान है उसका राइफल्स था, उसके बावजूद भी वो इतना सिचुएशन हो गया, इतना गांव वाले आ गए, वहां पर रेस्क्यू करके दूर लाना पड़ा ईडी ऑफिसर्स को। ऐसे हालात में क्या होगा, ये जैसे सिचुएशन है, इसके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मीटिंग चल रहा है। डेप्यूटी कमांडेंट सीआरपीएफ का डेप्यूटी कमांडेंट है वो वहां पर पहुंचा है, सीआरपीएफ जवानों से बात कर रहा है। ऐसे हालात में ये भी पॉसिबिलिटीज उठ के आ रहा है कि ये भी किया जा सकता है कि यहाँ से कोलकाता से बहुत बड़ा टीम, सीआरपीएफ का बहुत बड़ा टीम उस गांव में भेज सकता है, और ईडी का जो नया टीम फॉर्म होगा जो कि इस रेशन स्कैम में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, हायर ऑफिशियल्स भी आ सकते हैं। आपको ये भी बता दूं, जो हालात है अभी, हायर ऑफिशियल्स आने का बहुत बड़ा चांस है। और टाइम टू टाइम ईडी ऑफिसर्स पूरा जो सिचुएशन है वो हायर ऑफिशियल्स को बता रहे हैं। हायर ऑफिशियल्स से वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हुआ है। ये जो सोर्स मुताबिक हम लोगों के पास खबर आ रहा है कि एक वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ है, वीडियो कॉल किया गया है ईडी दिल्ली ऑफिस के साथ, जो कि जब जो भी सिचुएशन है यहाँ का रेशन स्कैम में, वो लोग आके जैसे तोड़फोड़ हुआ, उन लोगों के ऊपर हमला हुआ और ईडी ऑफिसर्स का के इंज्योर है, ये सब सिचुएशन बताया गया है। और अभी तक अगर सिर्फ इसके बाद भी ये जो रेड सब जगह चल रहा है, EM बाईपास बोनगा में एक टीएमसी लीडर, उसके घर में भी अभी चल रहा है रेड। इसका जो सब इंफॉर्मेशन है वो भी शेयर किया जा रहा है। अभी इस हालात में ईडी क्या डिसीजंस लेता है ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि उस गांव में जब गया था वो फुटेज हम लोगों के पास आ पहुंचा है, जहां पर गांव वालों ने मिल के एजिटेशंस दिखा रहा था। सिर्फ एजिटेशंस नहीं, सिचुएशन इतना हालात खराब होता गया कि एक गाड़ी जला देने की भी कोशिश की है वो लोग। इस हालात में बहुत बड़ा टीम लगेगा वहां पर जाने के लिए। शेख शाहजहां को बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक पर्सन है इस केस का। आपको बता दूं 2013 में ये जो CPIM से ये आया था तृणमूल में, और ये जो शेख शाहजहां है ये वहाँ का बहुत बेताज बादशाह माना जाता है, क्योंकि 2011 से 13 में जब ये तृणमूल में आया तभी से वहाँ पर उसका एक ग्रिप है। इसीलिए शेख शाहजहां को इंटरोगेशन करना और उससे इंफॉर्मेशन निकलना भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, और एविडेंस टैंपर ना हो ये भी ख्याल रखना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है इस सिचुएशन में।
जी पिंकी, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। We're also being joined by Anirbar from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. This is of course a shocker coming in. You know, we have seen those visuals, like the huge number of people. We see this big mob that in fact gathered and encircled the ED officials. This clearly looks like a pre-planned, conspiracy. It was all, the block level functionary. It was expected that there will be an ED raid, and he had gathered up people and asked them to, in fact, instructed them to attack the ED officials. This is an unprecedented situation in West Bengal and speaks volume about the law and order situation, because there has been no arrest also, as of what we know, that has been made until now in this case.
Rajkumar Ram and Somnath Datta, two ED officials, they have been admitted in a hospital.
Seems to be a problem with that connection with Anirban. We'll try and reconnect with our Bangla newsroom very shortly for more information on that. But Pinky continues to stay with us from ground zero. Pinky, like we were talking about the law and order situation, this clearly seems to be, it's actually something that is planned. You were telling about Sheikh and about his past also. It clearly shows that how ये सब कुछ किस तरह से प्लान करके ही किया जा रहा है, जिस तरह से इतने सारे लोगों को इकट्ठा किया गया है और किस तरह से उनको इंस्ट्रक्शंस पास की गई होंगी कि इस तरह से ईडी ऑफिशियल्स आएंगे और उनको किस तरह से डराना है, उनको किस तरह से भगाना है, तोड़ फोड़ मचानी है, उन पर हमला करना है।
देखिए, ईडी ऑफिसर्स का मानना है कि ये सडनली नहीं हुआ है, बल्कि ये प्री प्लान्ड था और ये बल्कि कोई इंस्ट्रक्शंस के ऊपर हुआ है। कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहा था पीछे से कि कैसे भगाना है ईडी ऑफिसर्स को। जब ईडी ऑफिसर्स आएंगे, ईडी ऑफिसर्स का आने के बाद ताकि पूरा गांव वाले तुरंत जमा हो गए, इसको लेके ईडी ऑफिसर्स का एक मानना है, एक अंश का मानना है कि ये इंस्ट्रक्टेड है, इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया गया था कि ऐसा हमला चलाना पड़ेगा और पूरा टीम को वहां से भगाना पड़ेगा। और आप जानते हैं कि सीआरपीएफ जवान भी एडिक्वेट लेके गए थे, बल्कि ऐसा सिचुएशन हो सकता है ये भी शायद नहीं सोचा होगा ईडी ऑफिसर्स ने। अभी भी जो खबर आया है, 2 ऑफिसर्स हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट किया गया है, उन लोगों का इंजरी बहुत गंभीर है, इसीलिए उन लोगों को हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट किया गया है। और हम लोगों ने वो भी फुटेज देखा जहां पर एक ऑफिसर का बैंडेज किया गया है। तोड़फोड़ इतना ज्यादा था कि वहां से सीआरपीएफ जवान कुछ भी करके वहां से रेस्क्यू करके ले आया ईडी ऑफिसर्स को। और आपको ये भी बता दूं कि हम लोग जो फुटेज दिखा रहे हैं, उस फुटेज में ऐसा भी देखने को आ रहा है कि वहां पर बहुत सारे मॉब इकट्ठे हुए, मॉब इकट्ठे होके एक साथ एजिटेशन दिखाने लगे। और सिर्फ यही नहीं, एक गाड़ी में आग लगाने की भी कोशिश किया गया था, शीशे भी तोड़फोड़ किया गया था। और जो स्टिक होता है, जो स्टिक को लेकर कि वो ईडी ऑफिसर्स की गाड़ी में तोड़फोड़ किया गया, शीशा तोड़ दिया गया। तो लगभग ऐसे भी आपको बोल सकती हूँ कि जो ड्राइवर्स थे इस गाड़ी का, ईडी ऑफिसर्स के साथ जो ड्राइवर्स जा रहे थे गाड़ी लेके, उस चालक को भी, उस चालक जो लोग थे उसको भी डराया गया कि तुम अभी यहाँ से चले जाओ। बल्कि अभी सिचुएशन बहुत गंभीर है। और आपको ये भी बता दूं कि अभी तक कोई अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ है इसी केस में, और लोकल पुलिस से कोई भी प्रेस ब्रीफ अभी तक नहीं किया गया है। और इतना मामला गंभीर था कि जब तक ये सिचुएशन चल रहा था, मॉब अटैक किया, सीआरपीएफ जवान रेस्क्यू कर रहे थे ईडी ऑफिसर्स को। सिर्फ ईडी ऑफिसर्स क्यों, आपको ये भी बता दूं वहां पर बहुत सारे मीडिया पर्सन्स भी थे, वो लोग भी लिटरली वो लोग वहां से भाग आए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे मॉब मीडिया पर्सन्स के ऊपर भी हमला कर दिया, कैमरा तोड़फोड़ कर दिया, लाइव पानी में फेंक दिया। ऐसा भी हुआ तब कि बल्कि वहां से सबको लेकर रेस्क्यू करके सीआरपीएफ जवान वहां से आए। और अभी डेप्यूटी कमांडेंट वहां पर पहुंच गया है। डेप्यूटी कमांडेंट अब बल्कि हायर ऑफिशियल से बात कर रहे हैं। अभी पॉसिबिलिटीज आपको बता दूं, पॉसिबिलिटीज बहुत ज्यादा है कि बहुत सारा फोर्स कोलकाता या आसपास के जो कैंप है उस कैंप से जा सकता है और हायर वीडियो ऑफिशियल्स भी आ सकते हैं। और आपको बता दूं, एक शेख शाहजहां को लेके बहुत सारा एलिगेशंस आ रहा है। कैसे एलिगेशंस? कुछ अंश का मानना है, इनफैक्ट पॉलिटिकली मानना है कि ये रोहिंगा है। अब रोहिंगा ये सिर्फ स्कैम को छुपाने के लिए, करप्शन को छुपाने के लिए, रेशन स्कैम को छुपाने के लिए, या इसके पीछे बहुत सारा बड़ा कुछ है, बड़ा कुछ इन्फ्लुएंशियल का ब्रेन है, ये भी ईडी ऑफिशियल्स का मानना है, क्योंकि पीछे से इंस्ट्रक्शन किया गया था। ये
Anirban from our Bangla newsroom. Right, Anirban is also joining us from our Bangla newsroom. Anirban, what are you picking up as far as who are these people? Has there been any action taken on? Because this is really a shocking incident, what we are seeing, that has been caught on camera, that ED officials who were there to conduct a raid, who were carrying out their duty, were in fact gheraoed, encircled by a mob of so many people and attacked and injured.
Yes, Lakshita, and 2 of the ED officials, Rajkumar Ram and Somnath Datta, they have already been hospitalized and admitted in a hospital, private hospital near Salt Lake. 2 of the ED officials, and the rest of the officials, they have fled from the spot only because of that mob which we were talking of. The mob was fully planted just in front of the gate of the residence of Shahjahan Ali Molla, the Zilla Parishad executive from TMC. And this TMC guy, this Shahjahan Ali Molla, this infamous Shahjahan Ali Molla has been named in various cases in recent past and in remote past, especially for a key person of helping and facilitating the illegal settlements of Rohingyas from Bangladesh and from other countries in Sundarban, in remote places of Sundarbans in North 24 Parganas district of West Bengal. This same Shahjahan Ali Molla's residence was being raided by ED today in connection with the food scam. The food scam for that scam, you know that already our ex food minister of West Bengal, Jyotipriya Malik, is in ED custody. Already he is in judicial custody and ED custody. Alternatively, he was sent for medical checkup and medical custody for hospital also, SSKM hospital also. Now he is once again in judicial custody, and in that connection only, ED raided the house of Shahjahan Ali Molla today, the TMC, infamous TMC goon and leader. And in front of his residence, a local mob, ED officials and the drivers of the cars who were driving the ED cars, they are telling us that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people, mob of 2,000 to 3,000 people who attacked them, whatever they have gone in their hand, the large bamboo sticks to the utensils from their home, whatever they have gone in their hand. But the attack was pre-planned, as the ED officials, whenever they started entering the village, the mob started surrounding them, and there was a whisper among the mob, who has come to our place, who has come to Shahjahan Ali's place. The local people, mob started crying, Shahjahan is the Bhagavan of Garib, that means he is the god of poor here. Why ED has come to arrest him? Why ED has come to raid his house? This is not fair. These kind of whispers were being carried out when they were actually in the way of Shahjahan Ali Molla's residence or his house. And at the end, they were attacked heavily. The telltelling bayans or the telltelling descriptions of the drivers of the ED cars is enough. They were saying that we were actually being harassed by the mob, and it is enough that we have come with our life outside that from that place. Lakshita.
Absolutely, of course. You know, BJP also upping the ante there, Anirban, isn't it? They're saying the democracy is failing again in the state, and they are also demanding a probe. In fact, the MOS for Home Affairs, Nishit Pramanik, has also said that we will investigate why is it happening, because there have been repeated incidents in the state of West Bengal. But what, of course, is, what leaves us to really think and wonder is that why has there been no action yet on anybody, and there's no word from the state government or even the authorities yet?
Yes, still there is no action from the state police, either from the local police or from the district police. Nobody has contacted the ED officials. So when I asked our ED sources here in Kolkata that whether you have gone to the local police station or whether you have been contacted by the local police or the district police personnel, they said, who will contact us? There were no police even after 12 kilometers, even after we came back 12 kilometers from the exact spot where we started raiding. Even after coming back 12 kilometers back, we don't have seen any police officer, any police personnel there in that place. Actually, the goons were roaming free in that place in front of the residence of Shahjahan Ali Molla, and the police, West Bengal police, the state police, is actually in complicit as per the accusations of the opposition parties like BJP state president Srikanth, who is also alleged that this very Shahjahan Ali Molla, the settlers of Rohingyas in West Bengal, has attacked very planfully the ED officials. But in any way, in all ways, the law and order situation of West Bengal is in question, and a serious allegations are being leveled by the opposition parties, including BJP, the main opposition party here, that the law and order situation to even carry out an investigation which has been directed by, or which has been carried out by the order of the High Court or Supreme Court, is also being not welcome in West Bengal. So whether this state is within India or this is a separate island altogether in terms of law and order. Lakshita.
Continue to stay with us. We'll come back to you. But right now, we're stepping into a very, very short break. Viewers, this is an unprecedented situation that we are getting to know about. This ED team has been attacked and grievously injured by a mob. That is a TMC-linked bomb in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. More details and inputs from Ground Zero on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
जब पेरेंटल कंट्रोल के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी? क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2,63,00,000 किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
गाड़ी लेने से पहले टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX का दिल, यानी इसका इंजन देखा। ये इतना बढ़िया है कि 18 किलोमीटर प्रति लीटर तक का माइलेज तो हंसते हंसते दे जाएगा। अब तेल के दाम तो बराबर ही हैं, पर इस गाड़ी की कीमत है कम, इसलिए अब हर ट्रिप में खर्चा है कम और मुनाफा ज्यादा। तो अब सोचो समझो और टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
Top headlines at 12:30. ED team allegedly attacked by TMC goons in Sandesh Kali area in West Bengal. Footage accessed by Republic Bangla shows large mob encircling ED officials.
तो ईडी के साथ हो रहा है, ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है।
BJP alleges ED team and CRPF jawans attacked in West Bengal demand rose for probe. Day after ED raids ex-Congress MLA from Haryana, massive seizures made by the agency. Varanasi court to today pronounce verdict on the Gyanvapi matter. Very good afternoon. It is 12:30. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus this hour remains the unprecedented attack on the ED officials which happened in North 24 Parganas. In fact, details coming in that an enforcement directorate team was attacked by TMC-linked goons and its vehicles were also damaged in North 24 Parganas district village when it tried to raid the house of a block-level functionary of the ruling TMC. This in connection with the alleged Ration scam, which is being probed by the agency. In fact, clincher footage that we've accessed shows how a mob intimidated the ED team and went on a rampage upon instructions from the convener of the TMC who was being raided by the ED officials. So as you can see, that is the clincher tape that we've accessed, which shows how the ED team arrived at TMC convener's village in Sandesh Kali, followed which the convener asked supporters to mobilize. Following that, a large mob was seen encircling the ED officials upon the instructions of the TMC convener. And after that, the TMC convener locked himself up, and that is when the mob went on a rampage and attacked the ED officials, as is seen in the video as well. So that is the clincher video, which shows exactly what happened and how things transpired since early morning. Let's go across to Anirban, who's joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Anirban, once again, take us through the entire timeline. How exactly did this pan out? And tell us more about this TMC convener who has been under the radar of the ED officials who instructed the mob in the first place to mobilize and attack, allegedly attack the ED officials.
Yes, Lakshita. In the wee hours of morning, ED officials started from Kolkata Salt Lake CGO complex to reach Sandesh Khali, a remote place in Sundarbans of North 24 Parganas district, towards the residence of Shahjahan Ali Mullah, the infamous Shahjahan Ali Mullah, who is being named as one of the facilitator of being a settler of Rohingyas in the remote places of Sundarbans. That same Shahjahan Ali Mullah, who is infamous for attacking any opposition parties who wants to do any kind of political activity other than TMC in his area. In his area, he has been called as a Betaj Badshah of Sandesh Khali. Betaj Badshah of Sandesh Khali. This infamous Shahjahan Ali Mullah's residence were had to be raided by ED officials. But before that, whenever they reached the very village of Shahjahan Ali Mullah, people started gathering just in and outside of the ED vehicles, and when they started on their way to Shahjahan Ali Mullah, a large mob already gathered there, and they started whispering, firstly whispering and then crying, the Bhagavan of Garib, the god of the poor, Shahjahan Ali Mullah, is being attacked by central agencies, is being tried to be raided by the central agencies. What he has done, he is Bhagavan to us. It's a political conspiracy. The lines you will hear in any kind of political, from the local street corner meetings to heavyweight meetings of TMC leaders. The same lines that mob were actually murmuring in and outside the entire retinue of the ED officials and the forces. And when they actually they reached in front of the Shahjahan Ali Mullah's residence, the front of his gate, the mob attacked the ED officials. One of the ED officials has told us that another car of ED officials has been burnt in the spot by this mob, and the size of that mob was at least 2,000 to 3,000 people, as said by the drivers of the cars who are actually driving the ED officials' car. One of the drivers, when contacted live in the camera of Republic Bangla and by our representative Srikanth, his description was telltale. He just said that we were being attacked like anything in that place, and it's we are lucky enough. We are actually thankful to God that we have come here. We can escape from the spot with our lives in our hand. The broken car of the enforcement directorate, it was stopped by our representative on the way back back to Salt Lake when they started back from Sandeshkhali to reach nearby any nearby location where they're at least out of the fear of life. And the broken window panes, the vandalized car, it tells everything, whatever has been done to them. At least 5 ED officials with a driver and another driver on another car which was been burnt on the spot, as been told by the ED officials, was their way back to Kolkata, and one of that car has already been reached. 2 of the ED officials is already hospitalized in a private hospital in Salt Lake area. The injury, with grievous injury for both of them. And when our Representative Srikanth on camera tried to take their reaction, they said that the cars were back to back. They were attacked on the spot. One of the cars they tried to flee away from the spot, and they were successful, but another one was not so lucky, and that was burnt on the spot. Deputy Commandant of CRPF along with a senior CRPF officer arrives with that broken cars that had been halted at least 10 kilometers away from the very spot where ED was actually attacked in Sandeshkhali. And since that last 2 hours post-attack, no contact, Lakshita, has been established from the state police officials, either from the local police station or to the district level or for say in the state level. When I contacted the ED officials or our reporters contacted them, they said that there were no kind of any assistance from the local police, either on the spot where ED was attacked or 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers even. Now they are back to Kolkata. After 2 or 3 hours has been elapsed from that very incident, no one has contacted them from the state police force. So this is very evident which kind of assistance, which kind of quote-unquote assistance they are getting from the state police level, Lakshita.
Right. Anirban, stay with us, and talking about no reaction or no action as such that's been initiated from the Bengal police as well. Any reaction as of now from the TMC itself condemning the kind of attack which happened on the Enforcement Directorate? Nothing can even justify the kind of attack which happened on the ED officials.
इन सब के अगेंस्ट में कंप्लेन है और करप्शन के चार्जेस है, तो स्वाभाविक है इनके ऊपर तो ईडी का कार्रवाई होगा, क्वाइट ऑब्वियस है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज संदेशखाली में शाहजहां शेख के वहाँ पे जिस तरीके से ईडी के अफसर के ऊपर प्रेस के ऊपर जो हमला हुआ है, वो दिखाता है कि बंगाल में रोहिंग्या मुस्लिम जो है उनको घुस के बंगाल की पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को क्या कर चुके हैं। और ये जो ईडी के साथ हो रहा है, ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है। अगर ये सरकार तो कुछ नहीं करेगी, ये सरकार अगर रहेगी और भी तेजी से ऐसी चीजें होती रहेगी।
उनका घर में जब रेड करने गए, जिस ढंग से ईडी का लोगों के ऊपर अटैक हुआ, गाड़ी तोड़फोड़ किया, ये पूरा साजिश है। कारण इनका सारे जो मस्तान है वो लोगों ने काम किया, कोई जनता नहीं किया। जनता चाहते हैं वो हिरासत में चला जाए, उनके कारण जनता भयभीत है, दुखी है। इसीलिए जो घटना हुआ, इस घटना को हम लोग निंदा करते हैं और तुरंत कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। और राज्य सरकार से भी हमारा निवेदन है, जो जैसा घटना हुआ हो टीएमसी लीडर, फिर भी राज्य सरकार भी इस हमला का खिलाफ जो हमला किया फोटो देख के सबके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होना चाहिए और किसी भी हालत से शाहजहां शेख को छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए।
All right, let's go across to Anirban again. Anirban, talking about the lack of action or any sort of action that's come from the Bengal police. It's been 4 to 5 hours that this attack happened on the ED officials. Like you're telling us, there's been no sort of an action on part of the Bengal police. But any sort of a reaction that's coming from the West Bengal's TMC on the kind of attack, condemning or the kind of action they would want to initiate against those involved?
No, Samiksha, there is no condemnation, and when you are talking about the action or any sort of action or statement from state police or TMC personnel, TMC MP from Rajya Sabha, Santunusen, Dr. Santunusen, I can place his bite online. That is with me right now. He is actually accusing the ED officials. He is actually accusing the central forces for provoking the local people for such an incident. Can I play this bite, Samiksha, online, on air?
Please do. Yes.
Is it audible? Is it audible, Samiksha? Is it audible, Samiksha?
With Anirban again. All right, we will try and connect with Anirban again, but just to tell our viewers, these are visuals that you see on your screens of the ED officer who was injured following that assault, and that car belonging to the ED officials that was vandalized by the mob at the behest of those of the convener of the TMC, who was under the radar of the Enforcement Directorate.
Samiksha. এই পার্থ শান্তনু সেনের বাইকটা পাঠা
All right, not too sure if Anirban is still with us, but on your screens is that car that was vandalized by the mob. Following those instructions apparently were given by TMC convener. This happened early this morning when physical assault was in fact happened on the ED officials. No word as of yet from the West Bengal police or even the TMC for that matter. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue with the coverage as we get you the latest on the attack on ED officials which happened in Mamta's Bastion. Also coming up on the other side, court to deliver verdict on Gyanvapi this afternoon.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
भाई इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
All right, here's a look at news in brief. Prime Minister Modi will visit Rajasthan along with Union Home Minister Amit Shah today. The Prime Minister will attend All India Police Conference in Jaipur and is likely to meet the state party leaders to discuss the poll strategy for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. Varanasi Court likely to announce its verdict on whether the SEAL ASI report on the Gyanvapi complex should be made public. For both the sides, the ASI meanwhile has urged the court not to make its report public for at least 4 more weeks. An encounter broke out between forces and terrorists in Shopian district in Kashmir. Shopian police, army personnel and CRPF are engaged in an encounter to thwart terrorists. As per sources, the terrorists are said to be trapped inside a house and the encounter is still underway since morning. As India gears up for the Grand Ram Mandir inauguration on the 22nd, a meeting was called by Lucknow Commissionerate to discuss the travel routes for devotees. The officials said that the security and patrolling would be increased across Ayodhya. On his visit to Nepal, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar said that India will provide around 625 crores aid for Nepal's reconstruction bid following a devastating earthquake that killed more than 130 people. As temperature dips in the national capital, several trains are delayed due to poor visibility caused by dense fog. The cold wave continues to grip several states of northern India with dense fog. We are slipping in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the latest on the deteriorating law and order situation in Bengal. ED team now attacked in Sandesh Kali area in West Bengal.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey, because today Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector, the potential of Dholera, and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Vikasit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
And here's a look at top stories in brief with just days to go for the grand consecration ceremony of the Ram Mandir. A 51-inch tall idol of Ram Lalla prepared by Jaipur-based sculptor has reached UP's Ayodhya. The idol will be installed in the Ram Mandir on the 22nd. Rehearsals for the Republic Day parade are underway at Kartavya Path in the national capital. Contingent featuring all-female officers was seen practicing for the upcoming 75th Republic Day celebrations. Ahead of Lok Sabha elections, BJP National President JP Nadda all set to visit Shimla Parliamentary Constituency today. JP Nadda will also held a roadshow in Solan, followed by public meet in Shimla. Tamil Nadu Minister Udayanidhi Stalin met Prime Minister Modi and invited him to participate in the opening ceremony of Khelo India Youth Games. The event is scheduled to take place on 19th of January. BJP office in Jaipur decked up ahead of Prime Minister and Union Home Minister's visit to the city. Prime Minister will attend the 58th All India Police Conference. Twenty-two trains to the national capital from various parts of the country are running late due to dense fog situation. As the temperature dips in the national capital, the cold wave continues to grip several states of northern India. Slipping away, short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the clincher tape accessed by Republic Bangla, which shows large mob encircling the ED officials.
Movement that inspires.
भाई इतनी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Good afternoon, viewers. We are live on Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Friday afternoon. We're getting you all the latest updates from West Bengal, where the ED team has been attacked by TMC goons. We'll get you all the latest updates from Ground Zero, but first, the headlines. ED team allegedly attacked by TMC goons in Sandesh Khali area in West Bengal. The ED officials.
सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है।
BJP alleges ED team and CRPF jawans attacked in West Bengal, demands probe. Day after ED raids ex-Congress MLA from Haryana, massive seizures made by the agency. Varanasi court to pronounce verdict in Gyan Bapi case today. We start with breaking news coming in from Bengal. Now, Enforcement Directorate team has been attacked by TMC goons, and the vehicles also have been damaged in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. Remember, 3 officers have been grievously injured. 3 ED officers have been grievously injured by this mob. And this was not a small mob, viewers. This is a mob of 1,000 to 2,000 people attacking the ED officials when they reached the location of Shah Jahan to conduct raids. That is the big update we're getting in right now. 3 officers have been grievously injured. ED has revealed that Shah Jahan made calls to incite this mob, and this was 1,000 to 2,000 strong mob, and 1,000 to 2,000 people attacked the team. They encircled the ED officials and they have been grievously injured. Republic Bangla has accessed the exclusive footage as well. We are bringing you all the latest updates live and breaking on Republic TV. This is something that has never been seen before. ED officers being attacked in the state of West Bengal. Absolute breakdown of law and order. No information on any kind of arrest yet. But 3 officers have been grievously injured. 1,000 to 2,000 people attacked the ED team, encircled them after Shah Jahan had instructed the mob to incite violence, he was inciting this attack, closing himself in his premises, in his residence, and 1,000, 2,000 people. We have shown you those visuals also. Right now you can see that broken glass also, that rear mirror of that vehicle on your screens that was attacked by the mob. ED officers, you can see there's bandaged head. The head was bleeding. You can see the scale of this attack and how it was clearly planned by the mob. And of course, it was instructed all on the orders of Shah Jahan. This man was being raided by the Enforcement Directorate in West Bengal's North 24 Pargana in Sondeshpur, and 3 officers have been grievously injured. They have been taken to the hospital in Salt Lake City. And this is the latest update we're getting in right now. Officers have been bleeding. You can see that visual that has been blurred, of course, because there's blood coming out of the head of the ED officer. And in fact, 3 of them, this is just one individual we're showing on the camera, 3 ED officers have been grievously injured. And this after the ED was conducting raids in West Bengal in the Ration scam. And there's no word from Mamata government yet. No word, absolutely no word from the authorities yet. And no action still is visible. Senior editor Shravan Sen joins us live from the newsroom for more. Shravan, this is something that we've never seen before. ED officials who were there to conduct raids as part of an investigation into the Ration scam have been attacked, and they have been really seriously injured. 3 of them have been injured. It's caught on tape. And we can see this was completely a planned attack.
Well, in fact, Republic TV has now accessed this 2-page report which gives us full details of what really happened this morning. In fact, I'll just quickly take our viewers first with regards to what this scam is all about and why perhaps you would see this kind of nervousness within the party at this point in time. Remember, this is pertaining to the minister in charge of Forest Affairs who was arrested, and non-conventional and renewable energy minister Jyoti Priya Maulik. And it turns out that his close aide today, Shah Jahan Sheikh, who happens to be the Trinamool Congress convener, at his premises where the searches were to be carried out. A total of 17 locations is what we are now being told by our sources within the Enforcement Directorate where the searches were supposed to be carried out. But what happened is the moment that the Enforcement Directorate team actually reached the residence of Shah Jahan immediately activated using his mobile phones and also communications that were at his disposal, arranged a mob outside his residence. Now, according to this report that has been accessed by Republic TV, I'm just quoting from the report. They say that in respect of 3 premises pertaining to Shah Jahan Sheikh, convener of Trinamool Congress, Sondeshkhali, North 24 Parganas, as soon as the search team arrived in 2 premises, in respect of 1 premises, residence of Shah Jahan Sheikh, entry of officers was denied. In fact, as we speak, it turns out that the Trinamool Congress convener is still present at his residence. He hasn't really allowed the Enforcement Directorate team to enter and carry out the searches. I'm continuing quoting from this particular report that has been accessed. Now, the officers, with the assistance of the CRPF personnel, tried to pursue to get the door opened. ED team has also tried to contact Shah Jahan Sheikh on his mobile numbers. However, he disconnected the phone. His mobile location at that time indicated that he was inside his house. I'm continuing with the incident report that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which full details, factual details are now emerging. Now, according to the Enforcement Directorate team, they say that the team noticed within half an hour a crowd or mob of around 1,000 to 200,000 persons gathered there, surrounded the ED team and CRPF personnel. They started manhandling the ED team and the CRPF personnel, stone pelting and attacked the officers as well as CRPF personnel. 27 CRPF personnel were present there at the spot. They started sloganeering against the Enforcement Directorate and the central government. They attacked the vehicles and vehicles were badly damaged. Now, it is quite clear that this was premeditated. The fact of the matter is that the moment the searches were being carried out, there was a communication that was actually sent out so that the Enforcement Directorate is unable to carry out with their work. Now, what we are being also told by our sources from the Enforcement Directorate is that 3 officers were severely injured. This basically includes one officer who sustained serious head injury, is now being currently treated in the hospital in Kolkata. There are some more details that we are getting in with regards to today's searches, and they're important to point out. Perhaps you can just flash this right now with regards to first details coming in. Total of 17 locations where these searches were being carried out. And apart from Shahjahan Sheikh, the other people important to this particular case whose premises are being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. One is Jyotsna Adhya, the Vice Chairman of a municipality, which is, she's also the ex-chairman of the Bongao municipality. We are also being told that apart from Shahjahan Sheikh convener, there are 2 other places linked to other Trinamool Congress leaders who have also been searched. Now, according to this particular report, they say that during the investigation, they believe that Shahjahan Malik, through his various close associates, I beg your pardon, that Jyotipriya Malik, through his various close associates, including some persons who are primarily engaged in the business, it is suspected that cash deposited in these accounts were generated through the PDS scam and was converted into foreign currency through these FFMC. Now, I'll just try and explain this to all our viewers, what this case is all about, why this particular case once again raises questions about the involvement of top Trinamool Congress leaders. Back in October 27th, 2023 is when Jyotipriya Malik, who was in charge of the department, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Before that, one gentleman who goes by the name of Bokibur Rahman was also arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this is about siphoning of items, articles that were meant for the farmers. In fact, the public distribution system, whatever wheat or for that matter other items which are supposed to be distributed through the PDS system was actually siphoned off. And it turns out that it was at the behest of certain Trinamool Congress leaders, which also includes Jyotipriya Malik. Now, in the charge sheet that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, which perhaps we'll also put out in a short while from now, the details of the first charge sheet that has been filed, because that talks about, one, the proceeds of crime that was generated, and what's the exact link between Bokibur Rahman along with Jyotipriya Malik and now Shahjahan Sheikh, whose premises were also searched by the Enforcement Directorate.
Absolutely. We can clearly see why they were fearful and, in fact, obstructing the ED, and not just obstructing, they went out and planned this attack. In fact, we're getting in more visuals and more dramatic visuals, Shravan. We're showing our viewers and accessing these exclusive visuals, really dramatic visuals coming in of this violent attack. This mob, 1,000 to 2,000 strong mob attacking ED officials. 3 of them very seriously injured, and they can be seen bleeding. Their head is bleeding, they're bandaged. There you have that visual. You can see those sloganeering and those, and they're also allowing several of the media persons as well on the ground. You can see them. This is not a small mob. So there you heard, you can see that noisy and rowdy mob there. 1,000 to 2,000 people swamping that entire street, marching up to the residence of TMC man Shah Jahan. And he locks himself up inside that premises in his residence, and he instructs, as Shravan was telling us, instructs the mob to come and attack right when the ED official arrives at his place to conduct a raid, to conduct investigation into the case, the corruption case, the case of the ration scam case. Shravan Sen continues to be with us on the broadcast. Shravan, please go ahead. You were telling us about this, the details of this scam, of why the TMC and their people are in fact scared of it, so much so that they are going all out and attacking the ED officials who are there to only conduct and carry out their duties.
By the Enforcement Directorate, but clearly what sources within the agency have indicated is that it could range anything between 500 to 1,000 crores. Now that is the quantum of this particular scam, and yet another scam that has rocked the state of West Bengal. In the past too, we have essentially seen how the Enforcement Directorate has been blocked by the Trinamool Congress government, not just the Enforcement Directorate but the other federal agency, that's the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember when a top cop in West Bengal was being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, you had nonetheless the Chief Minister herself camping outside the Central Bureau of Investigation's office. You've had other Trinamool Congress leaders, top Trinamool Congress leaders, the radar of the central agency, starting with senior leader like Abhishek Banerjee. Along with him, you do have several others who have been taken into custody. Partha Chatterjee happens to be one such leader. So if you take a look at the list of these scams that have been unearthed by the central agencies, it only, many would say it's absolutely mind-boggling as to how exactly the West Bengal government has actually tried to block all of this. And a result of this is what you see right now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Where exactly have you seen these kind of images really coming in, and why exactly?
So this is a big development coming in. We have never seen such scenes before. This is a high-level lawlessness, absolute breakdown of law and order. You can see that situation right now. Not 15, not 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, but 1,000 to 2,000 strong mob linked to the TMC. Attacks the ED officials, injures them grievously. 3 of them, you can see they were bleeding from the head. They were bleeding profusely. They had to be bandaged and taken to the hospital. Mob of thousands was amassed. They were incited, called upon by Shah Jahan Sheikh, who is linked to this case that the ED was conducting a raid on. And all this to protect the TMC man. And we've seen that the call for a probe and investigation is coming in by the BJP. BJP's former state president, Rahul Sinha, saying that Shah Jahan Sheikh is a don and there are a lot of murder cases against him. Police does not take action against him because he's a TMC leader. And also we have Jagannath Sarkar, the BJP MP, saying that there should be emergency provisions in the state that should be invoked in such a situation. MOS for Home Affairs, Nishit Pramanik, also we saw him condemning the situation and saying that we will look into it, the government will look into this matter, as there are repeated incidents of lawless lawlessness in the state of West Bengal. And viewers, we have seen media persons being attacked before. We have seen what happened during the Panchayat elections. Time and again, we've seen acts of violence becoming a norm in the state of West Bengal. But right now, this is the ED conducting raids there, who have been attacked by such a huge mob where men and women of all age groups are part of. And more breaking developments coming in from West Bengal. Now the ED, we are learning, has reached out to Shah Jahan Sheikh. Shah Jahan, we are learning, is still disconnecting the calls. ED tries to contact Shah Jahan, but he continues to disconnect and dodge. Shah Jahan Sheikh refuses to come out of his residence. He has still locked himself up and dodging the ED officials, and he is not picking up the calls. This is the latest update we're getting in right now. It's a complete breakdown of law and order. What is happening right now? A mob attacks this man, Shah Jahan, who is a TMC man. He locks himself up as soon as the ED officials come in. And my colleague, senior editor Shravan Sen, continues to be with us live on the broadcast. Shravan, now what we're learning is that the ED is trying to contact Shah Jahan, but he is disconnecting the calls. Tell us more about Shah Jahan and his role in the TMC, because we understand that he has had a history, and he has a very notorious history in terms of even illegal smuggling and cross-border illegal trade as well. And he's known to be a kingpin of sorts as well. Tell us more about him and the latest update as far as ED reaching out to him is concerned.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, let me start with the latest update that we're getting in from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate. This is pertaining to the searches that have been carried out at Shah Jahan's residence, which has been completely blocked. So, now, two sets of development. First development is with regards to when the Enforcement Directorate had first reached the residence of Shah Jahan. The moment the Enforcement Directorate reached the residence, a call was actually made to Shah Jahan to cooperate with the investigative agency. It turns out that he had disconnected the call, and from the preliminary investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, it turns out that Shah Jahan, while he was inside his residence, he started making some calls. There are mobile communication that was actually established, and immediately thereafter, as per this two-page report that has been accessed by Republic TV, they may say that roughly about 1,000 to 2,000 people gathered outside the residence. So much so they started sloganeering, and that's when the enforcement directorate officers were grievously injured. Now, thereafter, the latest update now coming in from our sources is that another attempt was actually made by the enforcement director to reach out to Shah Jahan, giving him the opportunity to cooperate with the agency. But it turns out that not only did he disconnect the call, but enforcement directorate officers were not allowed to even enter the premises. What we are going to check with our sister channel in a short while from now is whether at all the enforcement directorate has now left from his residence or not. That is some verification that we'll get to our viewers in a short while from now from our sister channel. Our reporters are on the ground, the biggest reporting team, getting you all the latest updates. But this, what we're getting in, is from our sources within the enforcement directorate here in the national capital. Because remember, this is a matter of great concern when you have the enforcement directorate officers who have been attacked. It is just not about one particular agency, it's about public servants who have been obstructed from carrying out their duty, which essentially means it is incumbent on the police in the state of West Bengal to actually register a case against the mob. But having said that, this has not happened in the past. Whether at all the West Bengal police is going to act in a fair manner or not, it remains to be seen. Whether at all the enforcement directorate will actually reach out to the West Bengal police at this point in time is not known. But having said that, remember there are CRPF officials who are also present. As per this report that we have accessed, 27 people, 27 CRPF personnel were present outside the residence of Trinamool Congress convener Shah Jahan, and they were basically, overrun by over 2,000 people who were present there. Not the first time that we have seen such an incident actually taking place in the state of West Bengal, but it is unprecedented, and I think so we should go full frame with these images that have been accessed by Republic Bangla, where you can clearly see the moment the enforcement director reached the very spot, you had them being attacked. So let's go full frame once again with the images that have been accessed, multiple images that have been accessed and videos that have been accessed by Republic TV viewers, and you would get a sense of what's really happening. And beyond the political implications of it, it's important to understand that if at all an agency is prevented from carrying out their duties, and if this can be done in the manner it has been done in the state of West Bengal, then where is the question of law and order? This could actually happen in any other place. And if this does not come to an end, then questions or the allegations of lawlessness perhaps would only stick to the Mamata government.
ED, remember viewers, continues with its raids that have been conducted, and fast moves afoot by ED despite the attack, despite this unprecedented attack.
Short break. On the other side, we continue with the latest updates coming in from the state of West Bengal. An unprecedented attack taking place on the enforcement-directed incident report accessed by Republic TV. All this and much more on the other side.
So more updates coming in. The vice chairman of Bongao municipality has been raided and searches continue at 17 locations, viewers. Despite the attack, despite the scenes we have just witnessed, 1,000 to 2,000 strong mob attacking the ED officials, but the raids continue in 17 locations in West Bengal. The search is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, even as TMC incites the mobs and attacks the sleuths, the ED officials, injures them grievously. But we've seen that ED is also trying to establish contact with Shah Jahan Sheikh, who continues to dodge. He stays locked up inside his residence. He stays inside. He disconnects the call. He is only inciting, instructing that mob to create absolute mayhem, what we are witnessing right now in West Bengal. And we're also getting in more developments as we are tracking all the latest updates for you only on Republic TV. The mob going on a rampage, even as CRPF was completely overrun by it, because it's a very, very huge mob. 1,000 to 2,000 people in the part of that mob attacking the ED team. You can see that glass broken. You can see those scenes. Those are the scenes from various vantage points to tell you that what has transpired in West Bengal today. Absolute lawlessness in the state of West Bengal. ED team conducting raids, being attacked. But 17 locations, we are still witnessing ED raids. They're continuing. In fact, we're getting more updates also. There's a political war also breaking out on it. BJP asking, demanding for a probe, and Congress also attacking the Mamata government. Remember, India Alliance partner, we know what's happening between the two partners. So this absolutely state of lawlessness, and also the political face of that is following. It's an unprecedented situation in West Bengal. Enforcement Directorate, 3 of the Enforcement Directorate officials have been attacked grievously by the mob. You can see right now that enraged mob that has been incited by the TMC man Shah Jahan Sheikh, and there have been this raid was being conducted in the Ration scam, viewers, and TMC-linked mob on your screens right now. Republic TV getting you video after video exclusively accessed by Republic Bangla team on your screens right now. Those dramatic visuals which no other channel is showing you. You can see that mob trying to even battle it out, fight with the CRPF men also that were deployed there. Senior editor Shravan Sen continues to be with us on the broadcast from our Delhi newsroom. Shravan, even as we speak and we see what's happening, those dramatic visuals are pouring in minute by minute updates on Republic TV. We are also getting to know that there are more locations that are being raided. Republic TV, we are getting you all the latest viewers. TMC is now blaming the ED and CRPF. They are provoked, what we are learning. So a political face-off. We've seen TMC has not uttered a word and not even any kind of condemnation for the investigative agencies. We're getting to know that TMC is blaming the ED and the CRPF now.
Well, it's the same pattern that we saw when the arrest of Parthu Chatterjee was actually taking place, and when the searches were carried out, wads of cash was recovered from the residence of a senior Trinamool Congress leader. But why exactly would the party actually protect someone like a convener who faces some very serious charges, not only by the Enforcement Directorate? And just for the benefit of our viewers to understand this, the Enforcement Directorate does not suo motu file any particular case. This FIR was actually registered by the West Bengal police themselves. In fact, multiple FIRs have been registered by the West Bengal police. And let me just quickly take you through what the Kolkata police actually found out in their own investigation. The difference here is that they perhaps did not want to pursue this entire matter, because in the FIR that has been registered by Kolkata police, a glimpse of what we did manage to get a short while back while going through the entire process, they have made a mention of the fact that it is the rice millers who made the money. The fact of the matter is that the public distribution system was completely corrupted by the people in the state of West Bengal. But all of that would not have been possible without some sort of political patronage. Now, the part of which the Kolkata police did not unearth was the part of political patronage. In fact, several areas were completely divided, zones were actually divided, and the rice millers, they were the ones who were making the money on behalf of certain political leaders. It also turns out that fake bank accounts were created as far as the paddy procurement is concerned. The money that you would receive, the MSP that you would receive from the paddy, that was also siphoned off, and the money was parked in fake bank accounts that were created in the name of genuine farmers. They themselves did not have access to the bank accounts. It is a cartel which had access to these bank accounts, and the government money was largely being siphoned off. The fact of the matter is that in the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, it turns out that it is they, along with perhaps a few other private individuals and rice millers, who continued with this for over a period of time. That is the reason why the quantum of this particular scam, the Enforcement Directorate is indicating, could be anything between 500 to 1,000 crores.
Absolutely, of course. We can clearly see the way TMC is trying to evade investigation. But this is something that we have not seen before, attacking the investigative agencies. Political face-off continues, war of words continue, but physically attacking the ED officials there and seriously injuring them. We've seen how those bandaged heads of those ED officials, how they have been bleeding. And you can see the CRPF personnel trying to tackle this mob, but you can see they are completely enraged, a fitful mob trying to attack, gherawing the ED officers. The CRPF also completely overrun. These are thousands of people, viewers, who are trying to intimidate the forces and the investigative agencies also, who are trying to carry out raids in a corruption case. And this is happening in West Bengal. It's a political war of words, of course, as we see that follows after such incidences. We have not seen any action by the TMC government, by Mamata government in West Bengal, or against any single person who was part of this mob. But we are getting to know that what we are getting to know is that the TMC is blaming the CRPF and the ED of provocation. Also, we're getting to know, as we were just listening to Nishit Pramanik, who is the MOS for Home Affairs and also an MP from Coach Bihar in Bengal. He says he has condemned this incident and saying that this is something that we are witnessing day in and day out. Repeated incidences of violence in West Bengal, and we will look into it. The BJP, remember, continues to demand a probe into this, and they are calling out the absolute state of lawlessness. There you can see those dramatic visuals only on Republic TV. First and exclusive on Republic TV. Republic Bangla. Our Bangla getting you this biggest news break of the day, viewers, which no other channel is showing you. Thousands of people gherawing, intimidating the investigative agencies, the ED officers, seriously injuring them. You can see the TMC man in the middle window, the way he is there lying on the ground and provoking, inciting this mob. And the mob is only turning even more frenzy and frenzier. And it's a state of absolute mayhem that in fact played out in West Bengal today. To the right of your screens, you can see the bandaged heads of those ED officials who were seriously injured. TMC linked mob attacking 3 of those officers. And remember, ED still is continuing to establish contact with the man in question here, who is accused of inciting this mob, the TMC man, Shahjahan Sheikh, who continues to stay locked up inside the premises, which were supposed to be raided before he in fact called upon this mob to attack the investigative agencies. ED continues to conduct raids on 17 other locations, remember, in the corruption cases. But right now, what we are learning, what we are getting to know is that more and more raids are being conducted, and we do not see any kind of accountability as far as the West Bengal police is concerned, the state police, the authorities, or any word from Mamata Banerjee yet. We have not seen any kind of condemnation over attacking the investigative agencies. The vehicles have been vandalized. The officials have been attacked. And right now, we are also getting to know that the center has also issued its first response to the matter. Centre's first response to TMC-linked attack on the Enforcement Directorate coming out right now. Centre reacting to it. We just heard a while back Nishit Pramanik, who is the MOS for Home Affairs, condemning and criticizing, slamming the Mamata government of what has happened right now as the ED was attacked. Centre issuing its first response to this attack. This is the latest we have right now. We did hear voices from the BJP also, and also Nishit Pramanik, remember, has spoken about the state of lawlessness in West Bengal. Let's take a listen to what MOS Home Affairs Nishit Pramanik, who's a BJP MP from Kuch Bihar, had to say on this.
आज शंदिस खाली में जो घटना हुआ है, इसका कड़ी से कड़ी भाषा में हम लोग निंदा करते हैं, और उसके साथ साथ ये भी कहना चाहते हैं कि जब कोई भी निरपेक्ष तदंतकारी केंद्रीय संस्था कोई भी राज्य पर जाते हैं और वो भी महामान्य उच्च अदालत के निर्देशानुसार, और जब उनके ऊपर अटैक होते हैं, इससे बड़ी निंदा का विषय हो ही नहीं सकता है। और हम ये भी कहते हैं कि जब सिर्फ ये एक केंद्रीय निरपेक्ष एजेंसी के ऊपर ही अटैक नहीं, बल्कि ये पूरी संविधान का ऊपर अटैक है, पूरा जो महामान्य उच्च अदालत की निर्देश है उसका ऊपर अटैक है, और उसके साथ साथ फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर का ऊपर अटैक है। और मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि बंगाल में ऐसी घटना, ऐसी हादसा बार बार हो रहा है, और क्यों हो रहा है इसको भी हम लोग ये भी खोज करेंगे।
So that was BJP's Nishit Pramanik, who is the MOS for Home Affairs, and he's warning the TMC after the and then criticizing, lashing out against the Mamata Banerjee government. Remember, as we are getting you all the latest updates on this biggest news break of the day, our Bangla getting you all the exclusive visuals first and exclusive on Republic TV. This is an unprecedented situation in the state of West Bengal, viewers, where TMC-linked mob has attacked the ED. ED had arrived at Shahjahan Sheikh's residence in North 24 Parganas of Kolkata, of West Bengal, I beg your pardon. And what we saw was a mob, and a mob was incited, and they did not only obstruct, but they also attacked 3 of those officers right now on your screens. Their bandaged heads, they were seriously injured. They're right now in the hospital, what we are told. But at the same time, Enforcement Directorate continues to contact Shahjahan Sheikh, but he is not responding. In fact, he's disconnecting the calls. He has logged himself after this attack. He logged himself, in fact, when he was, in fact, anticipating this raid. And as soon as the ED officials arrived on the spot, this mob on your screens right now, is that 1,000 to 2,000 strong mob. That is the level, that is the scale of this mob. This is the scale of the attack that had in fact come out. And you can see the sloganeering that took place, people, how aggressive they are right now, the amount of incitement in them. You can see how they are provoking each other, and also trying to having a way out with the CRPF also. In fact, let's take a listen in and also take a look at that, the sequence of that attack that has been captured on Republic TV. First and exclusive. Take a look. Coming in right now, viewers, to the right of your screens, more visuals and fresh visuals coming in. The ED officials injured, grievously injured, to the right of your screens. You can see them, how they have been injured by this mob that was incited by the TMC man. This, of course, the ED was conducting raids in connection with an alleged ration distribution scam, and followers of this TMC leader in Sandesh Kali area overpowered the officials, attacked the officials, overpowered the CRPF officials also. The CRPF men who were accompanying the ED officials, even they were manhandled by this mob incited by the TMC leader, the TMC man in question, whose premises were being raided today. You can see those visuals which have not been seen ever before, the way an investigative agency has been attacked. This is happening in West Bengal. The politics, of course, continues to be played out. TMC, with no condemnation, is now blaming the ED and the CRPF for provocation.
और बंगाल की गरीब जनता के बाड़ी बनेंगे, घर बनेंगे, उसके लिए पैसा अब तक केंद्र ने नहीं दिया और आपने अपनी आवाज को केंद्र तक नहीं पहुंचाया। आपने जिस क्षेत्र से आप निर्वाचित हैं, कूच बिहार से, वहां की जनता को मनरेगा के फंड्स मिल रहे हैं कि नहीं? तो फेडरलिज्म की बातें, बड़ी-बड़ी बातें आप मत कीजिए। आप केंद्र से पूछिए कि फेडरलिज्म माने सेंटर और स्टेट को दोनों एक संग काम करना है। तो स्टेट के पास तो फंड अभी रेडी है, लेकिन सेंटर से अभी तक फंड नहीं आया।
All right, so a fitful mob. We just saw the fitful mob that attacked the ED officials, who you can see have been grievously injured. They had to be taken to the hospital. They were bleeding because 1,000 to 2,000 people gherowed them. Not only them, but the CRPF officials, the CRPF Jawans were also overpowered by them. They were manhandled by this mob that was incited by a TMC man, only to stop the ED and in fact trying to intimidate the investigative agency so as to not conduct a raid in this alleged rationing scam case. This is the state of law and order in the state of West Bengal. We are seeing right now the centre has also spoken out, lashing out against what's happening. But it's time to take a very, very short break. Viewers, on the other side, our live and rolling coverage continues. All the latest updates and inputs only on Republic TV. Mob encircling, attacking the ED team in West Bengal. Updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
गोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बद इंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Fourth Dimension Media brings to you the most awaited event of the year, South India Content Summit 2024 on January 9th at the Lalit Ashok, Bangalore from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Witness the industry's biggest captains, entrepreneurs and broadcasters speak about the South story. Title sponsor Fourth Dimension Media Solutions, powered by the Hindu and Trend Loud Digital. Agency partner Omnicom Media Group. Innovative content partner Radio City.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Another incident of Khalistani provocation has been reported from United States of America, in which now the Khalistani activist has defaced the board of a temple in Howard in US. And in fact, this time they have written the pro-Khalistani slogans and anti-India slogans on the board of the temple. That is the Vijay Sherawali temple in Howard. And in fact, they completely defaced the board, the signboard of that temple. And this is another incident that has been reported after a week when the shooting was being reported at the son of temple's priest in USA also. One after another, these incidents are being reported, and in fact, the Hindu community is showing the major concern regarding these incidents, just because there are several temples that has been defaced by these pro-Khalistani elements, and in fact attacked the high commissions of India. Indian diplomats has been attacked in the different countries, including Canada and US, even in Europe also. And in fact, the temples remain on the prime target of these Khalistani activists who actually try to run their own agenda in the different countries.
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Rajasthan along with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Prime Minister Modi is all set to attend All India Police Conference in Jaipur and is likely to meet the state party leaders to discuss the poll strategy for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. The Varanasi court is likely to give out its verdict today on whether the sealed ASI survey report on the Gyanvapi complex should be made public to the Hindu and Muslim sides. ASI has urged the court not to make its report public for at least 4 more weeks. Decision on that today. An encounter broke out in the Chotigam area of Shopian district in Kashmir. Shopian police, army personnel and CRPF are engaged in the encounter to thwart the terrorists. As per sources, terrorists are trapped inside a house. Encounter is underway. In fact, one terrorist has been neutralized. As India gears up for the grand Ayodhya Ram Temple inauguration on the 22nd of January, a meeting was called by the Lucknow Commissionerate to discuss the travel routes for the devotees. Officials say that the security and patrolling will be increased across the city of Ayodhya. On his visit to Nepal, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says that India will provide around 625 crore rupees aid for Nepal's restructuring bid following a devastating earthquake that killed over 130 people. As the temperature dips in the national capital, several trains are delayed due to the poor visibility caused by the dense fog. Cold wave continues to grip several states of northern India with a dense fog.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं। टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग लोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम। तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
अवध में आ रहे हैं भगवान राम। अपने राम के लिए अयोध्या सज धज कर तैयार हो रही है। राम मंदिर बनकर तैयार हो रहा है। गर्भगृह से लेकर मंदिर के बाहर की तस्वीरें किसी का भी मन मोह लेती हैं। नेपाल की जनकपुरी से लेकर श्रीलंका और अमेरिका से चीजें आ रही हैं जो भगवान राम के दरबार की शोभा बढ़ाएंगी। अब बड़े नेताओं के साथ साथ आम लोग भी 22 जनवरी का इंतजार कर रहे हैं जब रामलला अपने भव्यतम मंदिर में विराजेंगे।
Fourth Dimension Media brings to you the most awaited event of the year, South India Content Summit 2024 on January 9th at the Lalit Ashok, Bangalore from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Witness the industry's biggest captains, entrepreneurs and broadcasters speak about the South story. Title sponsor Fourth Dimension Media Solutions, powered by the Hindu and Trend Loud Digital. Agency partner Omnicom Media Group. Innovative content partner Radio City.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
A very good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We continue to get you the latest from the state of West Bengal, where the law and order situation remains in shambles after ED team was attacked by workers linked to the TMC. Tracking that very closely. First up, the top headlines. ED team allegedly attacked by TMC goons in Sandesh Khali area in West Bengal. Footage accessed by Republic Bangla shows large mob encircling ED officials.
ईडी के साथ हो रहा है, ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है।
Centre's first response to TMC-linked attack on ED says need a thorough probe into the attack. ED team attacked and hounded by TMC says that officials provoked the people. Day after ED raids ex-Congress MLA from Haryana, massive seizures made by the agency. And we start first up with the latest from the state of West Bengal amid the unprecedented law and order situation in the state. It's a political storm that has now erupted with the Congress again completely cornering the TMC this over the law and order situation in the state. In fact, we have that first response coming in from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who sharpened his attack on the TMC. This in the backdrop of the attack which happened on the ED officials this morning. So it's a pointed attack by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress at the TMC over the attack which happened on the ED officials' team. All right, we'll just play out that reaction as well. The first response that's coming from the Congress, but note that the law and order situation, of course, remains quite grim in the state, with the TMC not condemning in slightest bit to the attack which happened on the ED officials this morning. And while you see those visuals on your screens of the attack by goons linked to the TMC party, there's been not a single word of condemnation, neither from the TMC or even any sort of an action that could have happened on part of the West Bengal police to control the mob. But for now, this is the situation. As you can see, more than 1,000 people who are seen being incited to attack the ED officials, as well as the CRPF Jawans who are seen trying to control the situation. All right, listen in to that soundbite of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who's attacked the TMC over the law and order situation in the state.
इसमें ये जगजाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। मैं तो ये कहना चाहते हैं कि अगर ईडी इतना इडियट कब से हुआ पता नहीं, उनको सारे फौजों को साथ में लेकर चलना चाहिए। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते, तो इसके लिए सतर्कता बरतते हुए ईडी वालों को और ज़्यादा फौज को शामिल करते हुए किसी के खिलाफ दाबोच करना या किसी को हिरासत में लेना, कोई संपत्तियों को बरामद करना, जो भी कदम उठाए, साथ में भारी भरकम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को लेना चाहिए। ये मैं जरूर कहना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बंगाल में ये सारे आदी है।
All right, so there you heard Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress hitting out at the TMC, and as we speak, the visuals there that gives you a glimpse of the kind of situation that prevails across the state of West Bengal. While you see that mob that was incited by the goons said to be linked to the TMC, visuals also coming in of how the ED officials sustained those injuries after they were attacked by goons linked to the TMC. And as we speak, there's not been a single sort of action that could have happened on part of the West Bengal police. But the visuals paint the grim picture, as is evident from this, what is being seen. No action on part of the West Bengal police. Meanwhile, it's an all-out political controversy that has erupted, with the Congress now completely cornering the the TMC over the law and order situation, the violence that is seen in the visuals as well. In fact, the visuals on your screens where you see how a mob intimidated the ED team and then went on a rampage. This while the Enforcement Directorate officials had gone to this village in North 24 Parganas to conduct raids at a convener of the TMC in relation to the Ration scam, which is being probed by the central agency. So it's complete chaos, complete mayhem, a breakdown of law and order situation as is evident from the visuals. The convener who incited the mob forced them to attack the ED officials. In fact, visuals that have surfaced which show how more than 1,000 people went on a rampage to attack the ED officials. Their car was vandalized. They sustained injuries after they were attacked by the mob that's said to be linked to the TMC. Now note, several reactions have also been coming in from the BJP that has cornered the Mamata Banerjee government, questioning the law and order situation in the state. In fact, a reaction that also came in from Shuvendu Adhikari, who said that there is a probable involvement of Rohingyas, even calling for an NI probe. Other reactions as well coming in from the BJP. Listen in.
तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जो एक नेता हैं उनके घर पे ईडी जब छापा मारने के लिए पहुंची है तो ईडी पर जो है वो हमला किया गया है। किस तरह देखते हैं बंगाल में जिस तरह से पूरा कानून व्यवस्था चरमरा गई है?
देखिए, इस सभी के पीछे साफ जाहिर है कि कहीं ना कहीं सरकार का भी हाथ है। सरकार में गुंडा तत्व आज भी काम कर रहे हैं। उसी का परिणाम है कि जब कोई एजेंसी अपना कार्रवाई करती है तो आखिर वो सारे सबूत जुटा करके ही काम करती है। तो इस प्रकार से पत्रकारों पर हमला करना, पुलिस पर हमला करना, आखिर उनको भी ये जानकारी होनी चाहिए पुलिस के आगे कोई जीत नहीं सकता है और पत्रकार आपकी क्या हालत कर सकते हैं। लेकिन उससे बचने के लिए उन्होंने जो कार्रवाई की है, लोगों को भड़काया है, ये उनको मुझे लगता है आने वाले समय में महंगा पड़ेगा।
This is very unfortunate. It's condemnable. It is interference in the investigative process. The very fact that this kind of mobs are being used to attack officers doing their job, to investigate allegations of corruption, will raise a question on the TMC government. Do they want to stand with the corrupt? Are they going to use these strong-arm tactics to harass officers, try to prevent them from doing their duties? Let's not forget that in West Bengal, we have seen huge sums of cash being caught in raids prior to this with TMC leaders, 20 crores, 18 crores, etc. So is this how you run a under the Constitution? Is it the oath of the Constitution? And with this, another question comes. It confirms that the West Bengal government is using these tactics against other political parties during elections and in intimidating them.
And Nalin sir, one more thing. TMC convener Sheikh Shah himself asked and appealed to the TMC workers and Karyakartas to stop the ED officers from entering his gate. And therefore, the entire mob gathered and now the ED officers are grievously injured in this entire incident.
The complete responsibility rests with this leader and his political party in creating the situation, in getting a mob to attack, take law into their own hands. And this is also, in a sense, breakdown of constitutional machinery. Because the Constitution of India does not permit a government or its representatives or those who are associated with the government to use strong-arm tactics and take law into their own hands. Governments run by rule of law based on the Constitution of India. Those officers are discharging their duties under a statute, investigating corruption. So these are very, very serious questions that obviously the TMC is now will have to be answering them very clearly.
बंगाल में कानून का राज नहीं है। जो सेंट्रल एजेंसी भी वहां जाती है उसके ऊपर भी हमला होता है। ईडी पे हमला हो गया। पहले एक बार फौज के ऊपर भी ममता जी ने बहुत बड़ा सवाल उठा दिया था जब वो ड्रिल हो रही थी। तो बंगाल में ममता जी को ये लगता है कि बंगाल में एक अलग राज है जहां वो जो चाहेंगी वही होगा। ये पूरी तरह दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। जिस तरह बंगाल में कानून व्यवस्था नाम की कोई चीज नहीं है। बंगाल के लोग सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार में बंगाल की सरकार लगी हुई है और पूरी तरह से बंगाल को ये लोग बदनाम कर रहे हैं। बंगाल एक सभ्य राज्य माना जाता था, लेकिन वहाँ पर ममता जी और टीएमसी ने उसको जिस तरह से जंगल राज में बदल दिया है, इसका प्रमाण है कि ईडी के टीम पर भी हमला हुआ है।
All right, so there you heard, while the BJP is saying that there needs to be a thorough probe, the TMC continues to pin blame on the ED officials. Now this, even as the video clearly shows how the mob was incited by goons linked to the TMC party. It's the TMC, the ruling party in the state of West Bengal, that has in turn blamed the ED officials and the CRPF, alleging provocation by the Enforcement Directorate. Now this, while the Enforcement Directorate had only gone to do its job in a village in North 24 Parganas to conduct raids at a person linked to the TMC in relation to the Ration scam. And while the visuals have surfaced which show how the ED officials were attacked by this mob said to be linked to the TMC, the latter has alleged provocation by the Enforcement Directorate, pinning the blame on the Enforcement Directorate and the CRPF. So it's an all-out politics that has erupted, the TMC pinning blame on the ED and the CRP only for doing its job. All right, in more news break coming in, this one in relation to the attack on the ED officials, BJP West Bengal president has now written to Home Minister Amit Shah, asking him to take stock of the kind of unprecedented situation being seen in the state of West Bengal. So it's absolute breakdown of law and order, and while that situation has been deteriorating by the day, West Bengal BJP chief has now written to Union Home Minister to take stock of the mayhem, as is evident from the visuals that have surfaced. It's Srikanth Majumdar who's written to Union Home Minister demanding an NI probe into the incident of attack on ED officials during a raid at TMC leader Shah Jahan Sheikh's residence in Sandesh Khali area in North 24 Parganas. Now note, this is something which was even spoken about by Shuvendu Adhikari earlier today, calling for a probe to be initiated by the National Investigation Agency. Not just this, Shuvendu Adhikari also alleged that there could be a possible involvement of Rohingyas in the attack on the ED officials. In the latest, it's Bengal BJP chief who has written to Union Home Minister to take stock of the law and order situation as is being seen in the state of Bengal. So it is the absolute breakdown of law and order. It's in shambles, as is evident on the screens. You see how the ED officials were attacked by this mob said to be linked to the TMC party. And while that attack happened, a reaction that's now coming from the TMC, which instead of condemning this attack on the ED officials has gone on to pin the blame on the CRPF as well as the ED officials. So while it is absolute pandemonium, as is being seen in those visuals also when we talk about the law and order situation in Bengal, Bengal BJP chief who is now written to the Union Home Minister saying that there is a need for National Investigation Agency to step in at this stage and probe into what really transpired since early this morning. In fact, visuals on your screens where you see how the ED officer was seen bleeding. He was attacked by this violent mob. This after ED had come at TMC convener's village in Sandesh Khali region in North 24 Parganas. The convener asked his supporters, rather people in the village, to mobilize in large numbers. He incited the people in the village to attack the ED officials, and that is the moment when the large mob encircled the ED officials. The mob was even seen chasing the ED officials and the CRPF Jawans. Following that, the TMC's convener Sheikh Shah Jahan locked himself up, and all of this happened under the nose of the West Bengal police. In fact, visuals on your screens which bring to you the exact sequence of events as they transpired since early morning. It began, in fact, early this morning when the ED officials had gone to a village in North 24 Parganas. This is Sandesh Khali village, where the ED had reached to carry out its investigation, to carry out raids at locations linked to a TMC convener in relation to the Ration scam. And while the Enforcement Directorate had gone only to do its job, the visuals that give you a clear glimpse of the kind of situation in the village, as the TMC convener not just incited the mob but even provoked them to attack the ED officials as well as the CRPF jawans. The visuals there that show you how this mob was incited. They chased the ED officers and the CRPF only because they were doing the duty. They were only carrying out raids to probe into the alleged Ration scam in the state of West Bengal. All right, so this is in North 24 Parganas. The village is Sandesh Kali, where ED was seen at the ED had gone to conduct raids at TMC convener's village in relation to the Ration scam, following which the TMC convener allegedly provoked the villagers, asked the supporters to mobilize in large numbers. After that, the large mob was seen encircling the ED officials. They chased the ED officers as well as the CRPF, and all of this while ED and CRPF had only gone to this village to do their duty to carry out raids in connection with the Ration scam. So it's absolute pandemonium, as is seen in those visuals as well. The CRPF tried to control the situation, but the mob was, of course, in large numbers. They were seen encircling the CRPF, the ED officials, upon the instructions that were given by the TMC convener, who locked himself up, incited the mob, his supporters, to gather in large numbers and attack the ED officials. And note that there's been not any sort of an action, no action that's been initiated on part of the West Bengal police. Instead, TMC, the ruling party, has gone ahead and blamed the ED officials as well as the CRPF for what they call provocation by the ED, only because the latter had gone to do its job to conduct probe into the Ration scam in the state of Bengal. The visuals that give you a clear picture of the kind of situation in the state. You see the ED officials who are seen bleeding after that assault was carried out by the mob that was incited by none other than a TMC convener, as per reports. But visuals that show you how the ED officer is seen bleeding with bandaged head. In the latest, the Bengal BJP chief has now written to the Union Home Minister to take stock of the situation, to initiate a thorough probe. And this, as Shuvendu Adhikari earlier in the day had even called for a thorough probe. He'd called for an NI-led probe into this whole incident. Had even gone on to say that there could be a probable involvement of Rohingyas in the attack which happened at the ED officials. So while it's been more than 5 hours now, more than 6 hours, there's not been any sort of an action on part of the West Bengal police. The TMC going ahead and blaming the ED officials for what they term as provocation by the ED and the CRPF. All right, let's go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's also joining us in the studio. Abhishek, to begin with, what do you make of the kind of situation as is unfolding in the state of Bengal? Absolute breakdown of law and order. Not the first time, but this time the TMC has gone ahead and blamed the ED officials for what they claim as provocation by the latter and the CRPF jawans.
So look at the facts. Obviously, this is a law and order situation, and the Bengal government and the Trinamool government has to be held responsible for this, and they have to really take the situation in control, get the situation in control. These are horrific pictures of public servants being attacked for carrying out their duty. Having said that, I think what is more important is, Samiksha, that the case began with the Bengal administration registering a complaint, the Bengal police registering an FIR in the irregularities insofar as the ration distribution is concerned, and that's how the ration distribution scam as we know it originated. Subsequent to which, of course, based on, as it happens, the Bengal police FIR becoming a predicate offense, which is a requirement for the Enforcement Directorate to get in the picture, and ECIR was registered, which is the Enforcement Directorate equivalent of an FIR. And that's how the investigation is going on. We know of all those people who have been arrested, and the scam is essentially about the PDS ration, 30% of PDS ration intended for priority households under the Antyodaya Anna Yojana, that getting diverted to the open market. It is a classic PDS scam that existed earlier prior to the digitization of records and data, but it seems in the case of Bengal, even that has been short-circuited, and ways found to get ration out of the PDS system into the open market. Remember the arbitrage. This is a scam of arbitrage in the sense that the ration, the food grains, whatever edible material available under the PDS system is heavily subsidized, we know, and this is Antyodaya Anna Yojana, which is for the poorest of the poor households. So you can expect that you would be getting wheat for 1 rupee a kilo, rice for 2 rupee a kilo, pulses for 3 rupee a kilo, 3 rupees a kilo, and that getting into the open market and selling for 20 rupees, 30 rupees, 50 rupees, that's the kind of arbitrage that's there, running into hundreds and thousands, possibly of crores of rupees, given the fact that as much as 30% was diverted, and that's how the Enforcement Directorate got into the picture. And so obviously this is something which has to be investigated. Remember, again, needs to be reiterated that the origins of the scam are in a Bengal administration complaint, based on which the Bengal police registered a complaint, based on which it became a predicate offense, and the Enforcement Directorate got into the picture. And now those associated with the TMC attacking ED teams and creating a law and order situation of the kind that we are seeing in these pictures clearly reflects poorly on those in charge, and hopefully something would be done about this at the soonest, at least get the law and order situation in control. We have to see whether these are pictures from earlier or these are live pictures coming in, but then if we can get somebody from the Bangla newsroom also to get a clearer picture of what are exactly happening as we speak. But this is a case of Trinamool politicizing something which ideally should have been a matter of joint cooperative co-federal investigation between the central and the state police, central agencies and the state police.
Right, and Abhishek, important to point here that till now it's been 4 hours now, rather more than 4 hours. There's been no sort of an action on part of the West Bengal police. Rather, they've gone on to blame the ED1. And also, do you think that there could be a possible involvement of Rohingyas as well, as was mentioned by Shuvendu Adhikari earlier in the day?
Well, when it comes to Bengal, Rohingyas is a very serious practical problem. Just a few weeks back, we had a Trinamool leader talking about regularizing some of those illegal Rohingya immigrants by providing them Aadhaar card, ration card, etc. So these issues get really interlinked and really enmeshed when it comes to Bengal, and it's unfortunate that this is allowed. But then in this case, the manner in which this organized crime was happening, remember, pilferage of PDS, ration, food is not possible without patronage. So obviously there is patronage, and this is the same scam in which Jyoti Priya Malik, who is presently Minister in charge of Forest Affairs and Non-Conventional Renewable Energy Sources of Bengal, and he was earlier Minister in charge of Food and Civil Supplies Department, the department in which under which PDS comes, and is under the scanner, I think, was arrested also. So I think this is obviously a scam which has linkages cutting across Trinamool, as in the political party, the leadership, the government, the minister, those associated with the party on the ground, the cadres, and the element of patronage which would have gone into making this a scam that it became. So I think it's really important that, and the matter of course has been supervised directly by the Kolkata High Court. So it's not just Enforcement Directorate getting into the picture, the investigation is actually monitored by the Kolkata High Court also. Origins in the Bengal police FIR, all this, and despite that, if some elements are allowed to take law and order into their hands, as we are seeing happening in these pictures, is really unfortunate, Samiksha, and hopefully a quick notice would be taken by Nobonno and action taken.
Right. Abhishek, requesting you to keep staying with us. We have to slip in a very short break. On the other side, we'll keep getting you the latest. For now, there's no... but remains to be seen how this pans out. Slipping in a very short break for now.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
भाई इतनी
बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स जमीन से जुड़े।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
ED attacked by TMC goons in Sandesh Kali area in West Bengal. Footage accessed by Republic Bangla shows large mob encircling ED officials.
ईडी के साथ हो रहा है, ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है।
Centre's first response to TMC linked attack on ED says need a thorough probe. ED team attacked and hounded by TMC says that officials provoked the people. Day after ED raids ex-Congress MLA from Haryana, massive seizures made by the agency. All right, we continue to get you the latest on the attack on the ED officials that happened early this morning in Mamta's Bastion in North 24 Parganas district. In fact, details coming in, source-based information that is just coming in, that the TMC man blocking ED benefited in scam. The TMC man inciting the mob was in touch with TMC minister as well. So that is the latest coming in, source-based information on the attack that was carried out on the ED officials earlier today in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. Source-based information that is coming in that the TMC man who blocked ED apparently benefited in the scam, and that TMC man even incited mob. The mob was in constant touch with a minister in West Bengal government. All right, let's first go across to Shravan Sen, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Shravan, to you first, if you can once again put this into context. Sources telling Republic that the TMC man blocking the ED officials benefited in the Ration scam.
Well, in fact, top sources within the Enforcement Directorate now pointing out towards the fact that when the searches were basically carried out, they had reached out to Shah Jahan. But remember, there was an attempt that was made by the Trinamool Congress convener, not only blocking the Enforcement Directorate, but it turns out that he had made calls while he was inside his residence and managed to gather roughly about a mob of 1,000 to 2,000 people outside his residence, blocking the entry of the Enforcement Directorate, which thereafter took the help of the CRPF, who were also present. But let's also put out the breaking news now coming in. Who exactly is Shah Jahan? How exactly is he connected to the Russian distribution scam? It turns out that Shah Jahan happens to be a beneficiary of the scam. In fact, he was also in touch with the Trinamool Congress minister. Apart from that, Bakibur Rahman, who's also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. The arrest of Bakibur Rahman took place in the month of October in 2023, against whom the charge sheet has also been filed. Remember, the big arrest that actually took place in the Ration scam was that of Minister in charge Jyoti Proyo Malik, and the charges that have been leveled against them is that, one, they had opened fake bank accounts, and these bank accounts were essentially opened to siphon off government funds. Shell entities have also been, floated by the Trinamool Congress minister, the allegation that is leveled against him. And the purpose of opening up these shell entities were to basically divert the proceeds of crime. Let's also put out more details with regards to the two-page report that has been accessed by Republic TV. It's the incident report. The planning that the Enforcement Directorate had was to carry out searches at 17 locations and 3 locations that were linked to Trinamool Congress convener. We are being told that as of now, the searches still continue, barring the 3 locations that have been linked to Trinamool Congress convener, because one, despite multiple attempts that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate to reach out to the Trinamool Congress convener, it turns out that he has completely blocked the Enforcement Directorate. What happens next, that is not known at this point in time, but as per the standard operating procedure of the Enforcement Directorate, given the fact that at least 3 of their officers have been grievously injured, the FIR would be registered in the coming few hours. And a full report would be submitted to the Delhi headquarters here of the Enforcement Directorate by late evening. As of now, a preliminary report has already been submitted to the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters here in the national capital. What's important to point out here is that we are talking about a ration distribution scam which could be pegged between 500 to 1,000 crores. As the investigation is still underway, it turns out that the Enforcement Directorate has been able to come across some new leads. Now, what are these leads that we are really talking about? One, the fact that that Shah Jahan. In fact, I'm told that the West Bengal governor has also spoken. He's released an audio statement. Let's listen.
Incident
reported from Sandeshkhali in North 24 Parganas district is alarming, is deplorable, to say the least. It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy. If government fails in its basic duty, then the Constitution of India will definitely take its course. As governor, I reserve all my constitutional options for appropriate action at the appropriate moment. Flexing muscles and parading paper tigers will not work with the people of Bengal. Jungle Raj and Gundagiri will work in a fool's paradise. Bengal is not a banana republic. I repeat, Bengal is not a banana republic. Government should do its duty. Those who think they can rule through dons and soon will they find themselves to be Don Quixotes. This pre-election violence, which has an early beginning, should find an early end. The sole responsibility for wanton violence in society lies with the government. It lies with the government. Government may better open up its eyes and see the reality and act effectively to face the consequences. The ostrich-like attitude of the police who pretend not to see the reality around, not to see the lawlessness around should go. The perpetrators of violence, and more so, their political abettors, will soon be made to realize you can fool some people for all times and all people for some times, but not all people for all times, not all people for all times. It is high time that we call stops to violence and hooliganism. In Bengal, violence will come to an end.
All right, so there you heard the West Bengal governor very, very clear in his statements that the sole responsibility lies with the state government when it comes to law and order situation. Let's go across to Abhishek Kapoor, who continues to be with us. Abhishek, your quick thoughts on West Bengal governor's statement. He clearly states that when it comes to law and order situation, the buck really stops with the state government.
Well, obviously, the fact that a constitutional functionary like the governor of Bengal, he has to come out and speak clearly shows the situation on the ground is absolutely serious when it comes to law and order. And the details that are coming, this man Shahjahan Sheikh, the Trinamool functionary of 24 Parganas, seems to be having very clear criminal connections, because remember, the manner in which this attack has panned out, the mobilization of mob itself could not have happened without an element of planning. And Shawan would have more antecedents perhaps of those involved in this PDS scam, the Atta Chawal scam as it can be called, because remember, the atta meant for the poor has been siphoned off, and the paddy meant for the poor, and the wheat, the rice meant for the poor has been siphoned off. And the Trinamool functionaries have had an element of patronage. There is a connection coming out between proceeds of crime out of the scam and these Trinamool leaders, including one who's in judicial custody, two in fact who are in judicial custody, and the manner in which the mob attacked the ED team. Now remember, someone like a Santanu Sen or the Trinamool Congress is saying that, oh, the mob was provoked. Now ED is doing its job. They needed a CRPF protection. It speaks volumes of the kind of law and order situation that is there in Bengal. The fact that Bengal governor has to come out and speak, I think the matter is serious, and even the central government would be taking note of it. We have to see whether they are going to be picking it up only at political level, or say, for example, the Ministry of Home Affairs asking the Bengal government for a report, if not directly from the Bengal government, then maybe through the governor's office, a report on the law and order situation, because these pictures clearly speak of mobilization, and that could not have happened without pre-planning. And I'm told there is a rally happening where the BJP is sort of picking it up politically. But then, as I said, this is beyond political samiksha. And this is about gaming a system first, creating a scam, siphoning off wheat, rice, atta, flour meant for the poor, and to make money out of it through arbitrage, because PDS system gives you subsidized rice, wheat, atta, flour, etc. And then to attack investigation agencies when they come knocking to check the facts on the ground. So I think this is a serious issue, and the Trinamool linkages are really sharp and clear, and we have to see more responsible comments coming from the Trinamool leadership beyond what Santanu Sen has said, that the mob attacked the ED because the ED officers provoked. 4 or 5 ED officers accompanied by 15 or 20 CRPF men. They were not there to provoke. They were there to question Shah Jahan, who locked himself inside, did not receive any phone calls of the Enforcement Directorate team, and instead mobilized this mob so that the ED team could be intimidated, attacked, injured, and at least one officer, I am told, is serious. And let's see if this goes beyond the governor making a statement, because even that itself is serious, and the government, perhaps the Bengal government, would take note of the fact that a constitutional functionary has to come out and make a statement. But I think what is important is that in this instance, the Bengal government has been really caught indulging with these hooligans who have created a law and order situation. And ultimately, law and order being a state subject, the responsibility rests with the Home Minister, obviously, in this case, the Chief Minister as well, Mamata Banerjee. And we expect more responsible statements coming in from Trinamool leadership beyond what Shantanu Sen has said till now.
Right. Abhishek, stay with us. Let's go across to Shravan also, who has more details. Shravan, from the latest that we are learning is that the ED headquarters has received a report from the West Bengal unit. A consolidated report, as we understand, will be submitted after searches are completed. Anything we are learning as to what this report entails, which the Bengal BJP unit has apparently submitted to the ED headquarters?
Well, Samiksha, not very clear at this point in time. What exactly has the Bharatiya Janata Party really put out? In all likelihood, it's, that report is not going to go to the Enforcement Directorate, because the Enforcement Directorate would certainly stay away from any sort of political connections at this point in time, and that does not really come into the protocol. But having said that, the 2-page report that has been accessed by Republic TV is the preliminary incident report that has been prepared by the Bengal unit, which basically includes the officers who were present at the spot, and this was actually submitted to the special director who's based out of Kolkata. Having said that, the full consolidated report would only be submitted to the national headquarters here sometime later in the evening, because when I spoke to my sources in Bengal, they essentially indicated that the searches are still underway. So let me just quickly take you through the 2-page report that has been accessed. The second page is largely dealing with the incident that actually took place. What they're saying is that Jyotipriya Malik actually had several associates, and these associates were the ones who were basically running this entire scam, which included Bakibur Rahman, who's already been placed under arrest. But having said that, there are several others who are largely looking into areas that came under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate as the investigation actually progressed. It turns out that as far as the Sundarban area is concerned, that is an area that was largely being controlled by Trinamool Congress convener Shah Jahan. Now, Shah Jahan was the one who had access to the paddy procurement that is essentially done by the government. There is an MSP that is looked into, and the government also pays the farmers on the basis of which. It turns out that fake bank accounts were created, money was being siphoned off, and also part of the PDS system, as Abhishek was also pointing out, the wheat distribution that actually takes place, substandard quality of product was actually being distributed. The better items were being siphoned off, and this was being sold off in open market. Now, what turns out is, as far as this case is, as far as today's incident goes, the planning essentially was a total of about 17 locations. Not only Shah Jahan, that's the Trinamool Congress convener, it turns out that Bongaon House municipality person was also under the scanner. In fact, the person is still being raided as we speak right now. That's the vice chairman of the municipality who's been raided. Now, with regards to what really happened this morning when the Enforcement Directorate actually reached, according to the Enforcement Directorate in the incident report, they say that the moment they reached the residence of Shah Jahan, a call was actually made to the Trinamool Congress convener. When the call was made, he disconnected the line and thereafter started making multiple calls. These calls went to those who have been associated with the party workers who were actually present, and the party workers thereafter arranged a mob of roughly about 1,000 to 2,000 people. Now, this is purely what the Enforcement Directorate is claiming in that report that has been prepared. Now, soon after that, it turns out that the Enforcement Directorate came under attack. There was stone pelting that took place, resulting at least in 3 officers who have been injured. At least few of them have been taken to the hospital in Kolkata for further.
Governor who clearly states that law and order situation is something which the West Bengal government has to take care of. Listen into that first reaction that's coming from CV Anand Bose.
The ghastly incident reported from Sandeshkhali in North 24 Parganas district is alarming, is deplorable, to say the least. It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy. If government fails in its basic duty, then the Constitution of India will definitely take its course. As governor, I reserve all my constitutional options for appropriate action at the appropriate moment. Flexing muscles and parading paper tigers will not work with the people of Bengal. Jungle Raj and Gundagiri will work in a fool's paradise. Bengal is not a banana republic. I repeat, Bengal is not a banana republic. Government should do its duty. Those who think they can rule through dons and soon will they find themselves to be Don Quixotes. This pre-election violence, which has an early beginning, should find an early end. The sole responsibility for wanton violence in society lies with the government. It lies with the government. Government may better open up its eyes and see the reality and act effectively to face the consequences. The ostrich-like attitude of the police who pretend not to see the reality around, not to see the lawlessness around should go. The perpetrators of violence, and more so, their political abettors, will soon be made to realize you can fool some people for all times and all people for some times, but not all people for all times, not all people for all times. It is high time that we call stops to violence and hooliganism. In Bengal, violence will come to an end.
All right, so strong words coming in from West Bengal governor, who says that it's high time that hooliganism and violence comes to an end in the state. Slipping into a very short break for now.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी. Somani bathware.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water,
I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए अबीर ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल सच हुआ, ये पल पलकों पे सूरज सा उगा, ये पल मानो रुक सा।
और म्यूचुअल फंड से शुरुआत करना समझदारी की निशानी है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
In shadows of light, driving into the wild. Surprise. Keep it wild. The new Sonnet.
Kia, movement that inspires.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Here's a look at top stories in brief. Prime Minister Modi to visit Rajasthan today with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. The Prime Minister will attend All India Police Conference in Jaipur and likely to meet state party leaders. In 1993 Mumbai bomb blast accused Dawood Ibrahim's 4 properties to be auctioned today. Dawood's properties will be under hammer at a reserved price of just over 19 lakh rupees.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Where does the future lie? Future is right here in the air. In the hopes, powered by original thoughts and ideations, the future lies in the bedrock principles of this place. The future lies in the futuristic vision of this place. The future thrives in conservation of nature here. The future lies in the perseverance of people in this place. The future is emerging right here on this unique global platform. The future is in the interest of all nations present on this global platform. This platform is the reflection of our philosophy of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit is a paragon of unity, trust and collective efforts. A bright future was envisioned on this platform. It is the growth engine of Vikasit Bharat, which was accomplished in a short period of time. Once again, under the aegis of Amrit Kal's Vikasit Bharat, the gates to the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 open with grace and grandeur. The gateway to the future beckons. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
More stories in brief. Union Home Ministry had directed the CBI to conduct investigation into alleged corruption charges running in Aam Aadmi Party's Mohalla clinics in the national capital. This comes after VK Saxena recommended CBI probe into the matter. Shortly after JP Nadda's roadshow in Shimla's Solan, in Himachal Solan, the BJP National President JP Nadda held a public meet and said that the BJP has broken all records in the assembly elections which show the unwavering faith of people in Prime Minister Modi's leadership.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना। लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Top headlines this afternoon. Unprecedented lawlessness in Mamta-run Bengal. ED team encircled, assaulted, made to bleed in Sandesh Khali area of North 24 Parganas. Sources say Mamta's locked doors on ED team asked supporters to encircle them.
तो ईडी के साथ हो रहा है, ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है।
ED headquarters receive attack report from Bengal unit. Center calls for a thorough investigation.
It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy.
Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose slams Jungle Raj, says it's high time the violence must be stopped.
The officers of Central Investigating Agency surrounded by the Central Forces, they provoked the local people badly. That's why there was a counter reaction spontaneously.
No word from Mamata Banerjee yet. TMC tries to shift the blame, says ED officials provoked people.
इसमें ये जगजाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते हैं।
Even ally Congress distances and launches attack, says attack led by TMC goons. Days after ED raids on former Congress MLA in Haryana, agency seizes mega cash stash. And we start this edition of 3 p.m. live and breaking with the latest that's coming in on West Bengal attack. In fact, Republic has learned that West Bengal governor will now summon Chief Secretary in relation to the attack that was carried out on ED team in Sandesh Khali region in North 24 Parganas. So that is the latest coming in. Republic learning about the West Bengal governor who is going to summon the Chief Secretary of the state in relation to the attack on ED team in Sandesh Khali region in North 24 Parganas. So, West Bengal governor taking stock of the deteriorating law and order situation in Bengal. Chief Secretary of West Bengal will now be summoned by the West Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose. Note that the statement that earlier came from C.V. Anand Bose clearly mentions that there is rampant violence in the state, and it's high time that violence comes to an end. Also making it very, very clear that it's the state government that should take care of the law and order situation in the state, and maintaining that there must be a thorough probe into the attack on ED officials. So the latest that is coming in is that the West Bengal governor has summoned the chief secretary who is going to be questioned in relation to the law and order situation, particularly in the North 24 Parganas, where the ED team was attacked by a mob said to be linked with the TMC party. In fact, the visuals on your screens continuously of what really transpired in this village of Sandesh Khali in North 24 Parganas. The ED team had gone to this village to carry out searches in relation to the Ration scheme, and that is when TMC convener had asked his supporters, the villagers, to mobilize in large numbers and incited them to carry out this attack on the ED team. So while the situation points to the deteriorating law and order in the state, there's been no word from the TMC top brass and no action from the West Bengal police as well. So while the BJP has called for a thorough probe into this, the West Bengal chief has written to the Union Home Minister. The TMC maintains that it is the ED and the CRPF that provoked the mob. So we continuously are getting you the latest into the attack that was carried out at the ED officials. In fact, the response that came in from the West Bengal governor, C.V. Anand Bose, who minced no words, clearly said that it is the responsibility of the state government to maintain law and order and that the perpetrators must be brought to justice. Listen into that statement from the West Bengal governor.
The ghastly incident reported from Sandesh Khali in North 24 Parganas district is alarming, is deplorable, to say the least. It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy. If government fails in its basic duty, then the Constitution of India will definitely take its course. As governor, I reserve all my constitutional options for appropriate action at the appropriate moment. Flexing muscles and parading paper tigers will not work with the people of Bengal. Jungle Raj and Gundagiri will work in a fool's paradise. Bengal is not a banana republic. I repeat, Bengal is not a banana republic. Government should do its duty. Those who think they can rule through dawns and soon will they find themselves to be Don Quixotes. This pre-election violence, which has an early beginning, should find an early end. The sole responsibility for wanton violence in society lies with the government. It lies with the government. Government may better open up its eyes and see the reality and act effectively to face the consequences. The ostrich-like attitude of the police who pretend not to see the reality around, not to see the lawlessness around should go. The perpetrators of violence, and more so, their political abettors, will soon be made to realize you can fool some people for all times and all people for some times, but not all people for all times, not all people for all times. It is high time that we call stops to violence and hooliganism in Bengal, violence will come to an end.
All right, so there you heard C.V. Anand Bose, the West Bengal governor, saying that violence must end in the state of Bengal. Meanwhile, the visuals on your screens which show you what really transpired this morning, the visuals of the bleeding ED official who was attacked by a mob, incited by TMC-linked workers. The visual shows how the TMC convener had instructed the mob to carry out this attack on the ED officials. And as you can see, that is the visual on your screens where you see the ED official being taken to a private hospital in Kolkata after that assault that was carried out by a mob allegedly incited by TMC convener. So the ED officer who's seen bleeding, he's taken to a private hospital. He's seen with a bandaged head. This after the ED team was attacked in a village in Sandesh, that's the Sandesh Khali village in North 24 Parganas. So tracking the latest, in fact, the BJP meanwhile has attacked the TMC for lack of action and not even condemning this attack which happened on the ED officials. Also note that BJP has called for an NI-led probe into the attack on the ED officials which happened this morning. Listen in to the reactions that have been coming in from the BJP questioning the law and order situation in the state of Bengal.
आज संदेश खाली में जो घटना हुआ है इसका कड़ी से कड़ी भाषा में हम लोग निंदा करते हैं और उसके साथ साथ ये भी कहना चाहते हैं कि जब कोई भी निरपेक्ष तदंतकारी केंद्रीय संस्था कोई भी राज्य पर जाते हैं और वो भी महामान्य उच्च अदालत के निर्देशानुसार और जब उनके ऊपर अटैक होते हैं इससे बड़ी निंदा का विषय हो ही नहीं सकता है। और हम ये भी कहते हैं कि जब सिर्फ ये एक केंद्रीय निरपेक्ष एजेंसी के ऊपर ही अटैक नहीं बल्कि ये पूरी संविधान का ऊपर अटैक है, पूरा जो महामान्य उच्च अदालत की निर्देश है उसका ऊपर अटैक है और उसके साथ साथ फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर का ऊपर अटैक है। और मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि बंगाल में ऐसी घटना, ऐसी हादसा बार बार हो रहा है और क्यों हो रहा है इसको भी हम लोग ये भी खोज करेंगे।
इन सब के अगेंस्ट में कंप्लेन है और करप्शन के चार्जेस है, तो स्वाभाविक है इनके ऊपर तो ईडी का कार्रवाई होगा, क्वाइट ऑब्वियस है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज संदेश खाली में शाहजहां शेख के वहाँ पे जिस तरीके से ईडी के अफसर के ऊपर प्रेस के ऊपर जो हमला हुआ है वो दिखाता है कि बंगाल में रोहिंग्या मुस्लिम जो है उनको घुस के बंगाल की पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को क्या कर चुके हैं। और ये जो ईडी के साथ हो रहा है ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है। अगर ये सरकार तो कुछ नहीं करेगी, ये सरकार अगर रहेगी और भी तेजी से ऐसी चीजें होती रहेगी।
ये राशन स्कैम आप सोचिए कि 30% जो राशन पीडीएस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए जो सामग्री आया था उसमें से 30% तृणमूल सरकार, उसके मंत्री के चेले चपेटे, पूरा एक गिरोह, इन्होंने ओपन मार्केट में इसको बिक दिया 30% राशन। तो इसके ऊपर जांच हो रहा है, तलाशी हो रहा है। और आज संदेश खाली में जो हुआ, ये मैं आज से नहीं 2019 से कह रहा हूं, शाहजहां शेख इज अ थ्रेट टू पब्लिक पीस इन दैट एरिया। ये पूरा वहाँ एक बड़ा माफिया है और ये अभिषेक बैनर्जी जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जनरल सेक्रेटरी है उसका बहुत करीबी है, उसको पूरा खुली छूट दिया गया है साउथ 24 परगनास में। वहाँ वो इलीगल कई सारे काम, ट्रैफिकिंग करता है, वहाँ पूरा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वही कंट्रोल करता है।
So the BJP there making those strong charges and observations. The TMC has also responded, and the TMC says they have nothing to do with what has happened, and they say this is just a propaganda by the ruling party, and they say that it is unfair to question the law and order in the state.
What happened in Sandesh Khali, any kind of violence is not supported by Trinamool Congress. But the villagers were complaining that they were provoked by the central forces which were accompanying the investigative agencies. Nishit Pramanik, Honorable Minister of State, from Union Minister of State, has been talking about cooperative federalism, that Bengal lacks in federalism. Now, federalism means that there should be good relations between the center and the state. The center must cooperate with the states. But what we see here, and Nishit Pramanik, you should answer, have you even asked for the Manrega funds which are due to Bengal?
The officers of central investigating agencies surrounded by the central forces, they provoked the local people badly. That's why there was a counter reaction spontaneously. The real fact is the people of India, they are totally frustrated seeing this deep-rooted conspiracy engineered and monitored by Delhi on daily basis, and that too in case of Trinamool Congress. So far in our state of West Bengal is concerned, people of Bengal, they are witnessing this big conspiracy almost on daily basis. On the contrary, the person who is posting all these stuffs in the social media, he is topping the list of corruption. He was found taking money before camera. His other family members are accused of several corruptions, but not a single action being taken against these political leaders, only because they belong to BJP.
So we've heard reactions from the TMC and then also from the BJP. There, the TMC says that we are not to be blamed. They instead say that the central forces here are to be blamed, also saying that this has been an act of vendetta by the ruling dispensation. On the other side, in fact, on the extreme right, you're looking at those very dramatic images that have been captured by cameras and all the action that you have seen, even leading to injuries to few of the men of the Enforcement Directorate team. Now, the ED sources indicate that these are all men involved in the violence related to the TMC, but the TMC says we are not to be blamed. We head into a break right now. On the other side, more details on all these images that you see on your screens. Was it a TMC man who incited the mob? We'll have details when we come back. ED headquarters also receive an attack report from the Bengal unit. The center calls for a thorough investigation.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है। तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
The accused in the Parliament security breach case were presented at the Patiala House Court today. The court has extended their custody for the next 8 days. The 1993 Mumbai bomb blast accused Dawood Ibrahim's 4 properties will be auctioned. The properties will be under the hammer at a reserve price of about 19 lakhs. The Union Home Ministry has directed
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
फिल्म अनुकूल नीति, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, ऑनलाइन शूटिंग की अनुमति और सब्सिडी की सुविधा ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है देश का मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट। 80 फिल्मों को सब्सिडी के तौर पर दिए गए हैं 44 करोड़ रुपए। विभिन्न स्थानों पर 450 से अधिक फिल्मों की हुई है शूटिंग। स्थानीय कलाकारों को मिला है अपना हुनर दिखाने का अवसर। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी मानते हैं कि सकारात्मक फिल्में समाज को जागरूक बनाने का आधार हैं। इसी के अनुरूप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की पहल पर विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से लैस इंटरनेशनल फिल्म सिटी की स्थापना की जा रही है। फिल्म स्टूडियो, होटल्स, मॉल्स, थीम पार्क, मिक्सिंग और रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो जैसी सुविधाएं फिल्म उद्योग के माध्यम से आकर्षित करेंगी पूंजी निवेश। मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
कोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The Enforcement Directorate, remember, has been conducting raids in multiple states. But this is for the very first time that you have an entire ED team that comes under attack. If you're wondering what is the state we are talking about, the state, ladies and gentlemen, is the state of West Bengal. There has been unprecedented violence. Their vehicles have been attacked. A lot of the officers have been hurt. These are images that, again, should put all of us to shame. But the state of Bengal does have a history of political violence. The TMC says we have nothing to do with this violence. We are tracking that story and much more as we first up get you the headlines we begin the show with. Unprecedented lawlessness in the state of Bengal. The Enforcement Directorate team is encircled, assaulted, also made to bleed. This happened in the North 24 Parganas. Sources say Mamata Banerjee's leader locked doors on the ED team, asked supporters then to encircle the entire team. The Enforcement Directorate headquarters received the attack report from the Bengal unit. The centre has also now called in for a thorough investigation.
Duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy.
That is the governor. He slams the jungle raj, says it's high time this violence needs to stop.
The officers of Central Investigating Agency surrounded by the Central Forces, they provoked the local people badly. That's why there was a counter reaction spontaneously.
But where is Mamata Banerjee? Not a word yet. The TMC instead is trying to shift the blame. It says it is the ED that provoked them.
जब जाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते हैं।
Even Mamata's ally, the Congress, distancing and launching the attack. They say the attack has been led by the goons of the Trinamool Congress. And days after the ED raids on a former Congress MLA in the state of Haryana, the agency now seizes a mega cash stash. So first up, let's begin with our focus on the state of West Bengal. The state does have a good amount of history of political violence, and a violence that many would say has been normalized by different political parties in the state. But what happened earlier today is not just reprehensible, but it is also unprecedented. Because you had the entire Enforcement Directorate team that comes under attack. Now you're wondering, what was the team doing? The team was there as a part of routine raids on certain TMC netas possibly linked to a Ration scam. But instead what happens is that all these people that you see on your screens, it is alleged that this is all the TMC cadre. They unleash violence on the entire Enforcement Directorate team. They break their vehicles. A lot of them are also now injured. We are learning now that the West Bengal governor will be summoning the chief secretary in relation with the attack now.
The ghastly incident reported from Sandeshkhali in North 24 Parganas district is alarming, is deplorable, to say the least. It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy. If government fails in its basic duty, then the Constitution of India will definitely take its course. As governor, I reserve all my constitutional options for appropriate action at the appropriate moment. Flexing muscles and parading paper tigers will not work with the people of Bengal. Jungle Raj and Gundagiri will work in a fool's paradise. Bengal is not a banana republic. I repeat, Bengal is not a banana republic. Government should do its duty. Those who think they can rule through dons and soon will they find themselves to be Don Quixotes. This pre-election violence, which has an early beginning, should find an early end. The sole responsibility for wanton violence in society lies with the government. It lies with the government. Government may better open up its eyes and see the reality and act effectively to face the consequences. The ostrich-like attitude of the police who pretend not to see the reality around, not to see the lawlessness around should go. The perpetrators of violence, and more so, their political abettors, will soon be made to realize you can fool some people for all times and all people for some times, but not all people for all times, not all people for all times. It is high time that we call stops to violence and hooliganism. In Bengal, violence will come to an end.
So we've just heard from the governor who says that this is a violence that cannot be accepted and it should not be normalized and heads need to roll. The centre, remember, has also responded to what has happened. It has condemned the attack, and the MOS home has also said that there needs to be a thorough probe to find out who really was behind the attack.
आज संदेश खाली में जो घटना हुआ है, इसका कड़ी से कड़ी भाषा में हम लोग निंदा करते हैं और उसके साथ साथ ये भी कहना चाहते हैं कि जब कोई भी निरपेक्ष तदंतकारी केंद्रीय संस्था कोई भी राज्य पर जाते हैं और वो भी महामान्य उच्च अदालत के निर्देशानुसार, और जब उनके ऊपर अटैक होते हैं, इससे बड़ी निंदा का विषय हो ही नहीं सकता है। और हम ये भी कहते हैं कि जब सिर्फ ये एक केंद्रीय निरपेक्ष एजेंसी के ऊपर ही अटैक नहीं, बल्कि ये पूरी संविधान का ऊपर अटैक है, पूरा जो महामान्य उच्च अदालत की निर्देश है उसका ऊपर अटैक है, और उसके साथ साथ फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर का ऊपर अटैक है। और मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि बंगाल में ऐसी घटना, ऐसी हादसा बार बार हो रहा है, और क्यों हो रहा है इसको भी हम लोग ये भी खोज करेंगे।
इन सब के अगेंस्ट में कंप्लेन है और करप्शन के चार्जेस है, तो स्वाभाविक है इनके ऊपर तो ईडी का कार्रवाई होगा, क्वाइट ऑब्वियस है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज संदेश खाली में शाहजहान शेख के वहाँ पे जिस तरीके से ईडी के अफसर के ऊपर प्रेस के ऊपर जो हमला हुआ है, वो दिखाता है कि बंगाल में रोहिंग्या मुस्लिम जो है उनको घुस के बंगाल की पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को क्या कर चुके हैं। और ये जो ईडी के साथ हो रहा है, ये सिर्फ ईडी के साथ नहीं हो रहा है, ये अपना बंगालियों का फ्यूचर दिखा रहा है। बंगालियों के साथ भी ऐसे आगे आने वाले समय में होने वाला है। अगर ये सरकार तो कुछ नहीं करेगी, ये सरकार अगर रहेगी और भी तेजी से ऐसी चीज़ें होती रहेगी।
फिर तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जो एक नेता हैं, उनके घर पे ईडी जब छापा मारने के लिए पहुंची है तो ईडी पर जो है वो हमला किया गया है। किस तरह देखते हैं बंगाल में जिस तरह से पूरा कानून व्यवस्था चरमरा गई है?
देखिए, इस सभी के पीछे साफ जाहिर है कि कहीं ना कहीं सरकार का भी हाथ है। सरकार में गुंडा तत्व आज भी काम कर रहे हैं। उसी का परिणाम है कि जब कोई एजेंसी अपना कार्रवाई करती है तो आखिर वो सारे सबूत जुटा करके ही काम करती है। तो इस प्रकार से पत्रकारों पर हमला करना, पुलिस पर हमला करना, आखिर उनको भी ये जानकारी होनी चाहिए पुलिस के आगे कोई जीत नहीं सकता है और पत्रकार आपकी क्या हालत कर सकते हैं। लेकिन उससे बचने के लिए उन्होंने जो कार्रवाई की है, लोगों को भड़काया है, ये उनको मुझे लगता है आने वाले समय में महंगा पड़ेगा।
This is very unfortunate. It's condemnable. It is interference in the investigative process. The very fact that this kind of mobs are being used to attack officers doing their job, to investigate allegations of corruption, will raise a question on the TMC government. Do they want to stand with the corrupt? Are they going to use these strong arm tactics to harass officers, try to prevent them from doing their duties? Let's not forget that in West Bengal, we have seen huge sums of cash being caught in raids prior to this with TMC leaders, 20 crores, 18 crores, etc. So is this how you run a under the Constitution? Is this the oath of the Constitution? And with this, another question comes. It confirms that the West Bengal government is using these tactics against other political parties during elections and in intimidating them.
And Nalin sir, one more thing. TMC convener Sheikh Shah himself asked and appealed to the TMC workers and Karyakartas to stop the ED officers from entering his gate. And therefore, the entire mob gathered, and now the ED officers are grievously injured in this entire incident.
The complete responsibility rests with this leader and his political party in creating the situation, in getting a mob to attack, take law into their own hands. And this is also, in a sense, breakdown of constitutional machinery. Because the Constitution of India does not permit a government or its representatives or those who are associated with the government to use strong arm tactics and take law into their own hands. Governments run by rule of law based on the Constitution of India. Those officers are discharging their duties under a statute, investigating corruption. So these are very, very serious questions that obviously the TMC will have to be answering them very clearly.
बंगाल में कानून का राज नहीं है। जो सेंट्रल एजेंसी भी वहां जाती है उसके ऊपर भी हमला होता है। ईडी पे हमला हो गया। पहले एक बार फौज के ऊपर भी ममता जी ने बहुत बड़ा सवाल उठा दिया था जब वो ड्रिल हो रही थी। तो बंगाल में ममता जी को ये लगता है कि बंगाल में एक अलग राज है जहां वो जो चाहेंगी वही होगा। ये पूरी तरह दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। जिस तरह बंगाल में कानून व्यवस्था नाम की कोई चीज नहीं है। बंगाल के लोग सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार में बंगाल की सरकार लगी हुई है और पूरी तरह से बंगाल को ये लोग बदनाम कर रहे हैं। बंगाल एक सभ्य राज्य माना जाता था, लेकिन वहां पर ममता जी और टीएमसी ने उसको जिस तरह से जंगल राज में बदल दिया है, इसका प्रमाण है कि ईडी के टीम पर भी हमला हुआ है।
So you've heard a string of those reactions that actually have come in from the BJP. All of them say that this is something that is unprecedented, Abhishek. It needs to be investigated thoroughly. Do we have any word that has come in from the Enforcement Directorate yet? Because sources do indicate that the ED believes that all these are men related to the TMC.
Well, not from the ED, but then if you read between the lines, the governor's statement by itself is very strongly worded, Deepthi. And he has said very clearly that if the Bengal government does not take care of the law and order situation, then constitutional scheme of things would take over, that I would intervene. Now, it cannot get stronger than that when the governor is sort of warning that if the law and order situation is not tackled, which is a state subject, then the governor intervenes, which obviously means the center intervenes. So having said that, I think what we are seeing is an absolute lack of coordination between agencies or absolute willful lack of cooperation by the Bengal establishment with the central agencies, given the fact that the ED team of officials had to carry a CRPF protection with them, and even that was that came under attack. Now, the TMC has said that there was a provocation from the Enforcement Directorate. Now, they are going to carry out a search and raid. Obviously, that's a legal enforcement job. It does not amount to provocation. So this is spin of provocation that's coming clearly shows that there is an element of indulgence by the Trinamool leadership with the kind of action or absence of law and order we have seen on the ground, unfortunately. And that's why those strong words by the governor really gain salience. Deepti, I believe if the warning is read properly, the Bengal administration would react little more quickly and little more promptly than they have done till now, with the kind of pictures we have seen coming in from Sandesh Khali in North 24 Parganas. The fact that Shahjahan Sheikh happens to be a TMC operative or a TMC district level leader, and the fact that he could mobilize a mob in a manner to deny the Enforcement Directorate and the security team accompanying them access to him clearly shows that law and order is on a weak wicket when it comes to Bengal, and the situation that has happened in North 24 Parganas clearly calls for an intervention from Nabanno, by which I mean the topmost levels of the state administration, and the chief minister also happens to be the home minister in the state. And this is a scam which has been, remember, being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate only after the Bengal police itself had registered multiple FIRs of pilferage of a public distribution system food stock, which is the PDS food stock, which otherwise should be given to the poorest of the poor, the atta chawal for ₹1, ₹2 a kilo. But then this was siphoned off from the PDS system and sold in open markets at market rates, and then the arbitrage money essentially becoming a proceeds of crime for which a Trinamool leader, a minister, sitting minister, Jyotipriya Malik, in fact, is in judicial custody and behind bars since October of last year. So obviously, there is an element of a scam. There is an element of patronage, political patronage of the scam, and there is, in the present instance, absolute liberty with law and order being taken, and the Trinamool sort of coming out in defense. I've seen two of the statements coming in, and both the statements, one by Minister Shashi Panja, who happens to be spokesperson minister, I believe, of the Bengal government, and the other by Somen Sen, and both sort of indulging with this lawlessness and putting the onus and blame actually on the Enforcement Directorate. We have seen the governor speaking. We have seen most of the BJP leadership of Bengal speaking. We'll have to see whether the center really picks it up at a political level, or are they going to wait and get a report from the governor, which is done routinely, and then act against those people who have carried out this act today.
Oh, yes. And you've spoken about the Bengal governor. And another important reaction, Abhishek, is also from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress, where he says that today they've been injured, but tomorrow they could be killed. And this again tells you the reality of political violence that you have seen in the state of Bengal on and off. And it's not just the ED, it's not just the BJP, not just the media calling out that political violence and what has happened today, but even the Congress that possibly is going to be doing business with the TMC says that nothing is fair right now in Bengal when it comes to the law and order situation.
Well, Congress is, of course, is in a difficult situation, Deepti. Remember, they are struggling to get seat-sharing adjustment going with the Trinamool in Bengal, like with other regional smaller parties in other states and jurisdictions. But in the case of Bengal, the Trinamool has been very clear that apart from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's Murshidabad seat and one more seat of Abdul Ghali Khan Chaudhary of Malda, which are the two sitting MPs of Congress as far as Lok Sabha is concerned, the Trinamool is not going to give them even one more seat. So I think I'm told there are more breaking news information coming in on the same story. Let's see if it's coming in from Bengal. And no, this is coming in from Karnataka actually.
Okay, Abhishek, we are just shifting gears. This is the other story that Republic has tracked very closely, and this is coming in from Karnataka. We are learning bail has been granted to Srikanth Pujari. He was arrested after the government there reopened a 31-year-old case against Karsevaks. There has been a lot of public furore, after which you have seen some bit of action coming in. There is a bail that has been granted to Srikanth Pujari. Prajwal, I'm told, is joining us. He has more details. Prajwal, what more do we know? Are there conditions on which this bail has been granted? What has happened in the court?
Because both his shoulders have now been operated as well, and he needs medical attention on a day-to-day basis. The second condition for the bail was that the public prosecutor, along with the police officers and the investigation authorities, had gone ahead and pointed out that Srikanth Pujari was absconding for 31 years. But nevertheless, there was also a document which was also rolled out by the Hubballi police in itself, which shows the case history from 1992 to 2018, meaning to state that Srikanth Pujari had 16 cases. Out of 16 cases, he was acquitted in 15 cases. Out of the 15 cases in which he was acquitted, 12 cases were acquittals from the court, and 3 of the other cases were undertakings which was taken by Srikanth Pujari. And in the latest, it is being learnt that he had in fact reached the police station and given an undertaking. So the question posed by the legal counsel of Srikanth Pujari, Sanjeev Badaskar, was the fact that he has not been absconding. He's been very much in Hubballi for the past 31 years as well, and he is a common, he's a common man, and he's an auto driver as well, and the entire family depends on it. So therefore, now the bail has been granted on these 2 conditions. Apart from which, we're also understanding that, he will have to be called in whenever he's called in or summoned by the cops. He will have to go ahead and attend the investigation as well. So this is the one condition that has been put. There is still uncertainty whether there has been any sort of bond amount that has been paid to get out Srikanth Pujari on bail as well. So we will need to wait in for an official confirmation from the lawyer whether there has been any sort of amount which has been given to bail him out.
So Prajwal, what you're telling us that this is a conditional bail, and I think we'll also have more of our team members joining us from the Kannada newsroom also in just a moment, Prajwal. But till we have that, why don't you give our viewers a complete lowdown of how that case really has moved? Because the case really goes back to the 1990s. Now, a case like that being reopened suddenly, the BJP has alleged that there is a larger motive, there is a larger game plan. Why don't you tell us what really have been the kind of arguments first up that were made in the court today by both the defense and the prosecution also?
First and foremost, Deepthi, before delving into the legal aspect, Srikanth Pujari was arrested on the 29th of December, which was a Friday, and on the 30th of December, it was a Saturday as well, and it was a half day, and therefore they were not able to move in for the bail. The time and the time is being questioned now by his legal counsel Sanjeev Badaskar, stating that this is an absolute vendetta against Karsevaks in the state of Karnataka, and Srikanth Pujari was an innocent man, and the timing of it has been questioned. Secondly, on the 2nd of January, there was also many documents which was released by the government of Karnataka. In fact, 2 days ago, it was Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who had released a document calling Srikanth Pujari a notorious and a habitual offender, and a list of cases, 16 cases to be very precise, was mentioned by him. But also what is interesting is the fact that in that particular document, it has clearly been shown that he has been acquitted in 15 cases, which the government conveniently forgot to mention. So the question now being raised is, did the Home Department do this on purpose, or was the Chief Minister of Karnataka misled by the investigation officers? And at the same point of time, surprisingly, the officer who had arrested Srikanth Pujari, that is the police inspector of the Hubballi town police station, he had gone on a leave as well, and it was something which was coinciding too, and they stated that this was nothing but vendetta politics. Then the BJP launched out a massive protest across the entire state of Karnataka, and for the past 4 days, we are seeing that the BJP is demanding that the Karsevaks should be released with immediate effect. And therefore, yesterday at 12:30 in the noon, there was a bail application which was moved by Sanjeev Badaskar, who is the advocate for Srikanth Pujari. And in this, Sanjeev Badaskar had mentioned, stating that the public prosecutor and the police are conspiring on the instructions of the government of Karnataka to arrest an innocent man. He's also gone ahead and pointed out the medical condition, and he's also also said that in the initial FIR which was filed in 1992, Srikanth Pujari's name was not mentioned, and it was added only in the charge sheet in 1993, which was mentioned as well, and an open warrant was issued in 1995. So if an open warrant was issued way back in 1995, why didn't the cops act then and there, and why did they have to wait for the past 28 years to go ahead and act on this? So this is purely legal as well. Apart from that, we are also looking in at the medical condition as well, where we get to understand that the doctor of Srikanth Pujari had also given in these details, saying that he has been operated on both his shoulders and therefore he will be needing medical treatment too. So looking at all of these conditions, the court has now granted bail. It also questioned the public prosecutor, stating that if you say that Srikanth Pujari is an habitual offender, the cases have already been closed. So what is your merit for ground? You also have gone, the public prosecutor and the police department stated that if a bail is granted to Srikanth Pujari, he may go absconding. But the basic question is, this individual was staying in Hubballi for the past 31 years and there was absolutely no chance to go absconding as well. So in the name of long pending cases, innocent should not be targeted, was the opinion of the court. So therefore a conditional bail has now been granted to him as well, and this is definitely a massive development.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ದಿವಸ ಒಂದನೇ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂತ್ ಪೂಜಾರಿ ಅವರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಳೆಯಾಗಿ ಯಾಕೆ 31 ವರ್ಷ ಅವನನ್ನ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ 31 ವರ್ಷ ಪೊಲೀಸನವರು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಎಳೆಯಾಗಿ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು
Pujari speaking there, Sanjeev Bhadaskar out there, who's representing Srikanth Pujari, and he is now going ahead and stating that for the past 31 years, why didn't the police act on it, and why are they only acting now, is something which he is now going ahead and speaking to the media. And he is also rightly pointing out the fact that because there is vendetta politics, Srikanth Pujari was targeted as well. So this is a massive development which has come out.
ಕಾಪಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೇವಲ ಆದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತಾಸು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗಬಹುದಿದೆ. ಸಿಕ್ಕ ನಂತರ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Okay, now Sanjeev Bhadaskar stating that the full order copy of the honorable court has still not come out as well. Only there is a judgment copy which has come out stating that complete bail has been given. So what he also technically means to say that once the copy comes in, then they will have to take it to the JC, that is the prison, and then they will have to go ahead and then complete the formalities. This is exactly what he's saying. He's saying that in the next 1 hour we will be getting the complete order copy which has been issued by the district court.
Also that has come in from the legal team, and remember, there will be a lot of questions asked of the Siddaramaiah government. They have been asked also, and we also do have Chiru joining us from the Kannada newsroom, Prajwal. So we'll take it across to him to also help us understand how the case really has moved. What has been the justification, Chiru, that has been put forward by the Siddaramaiah government? Initially, the cops also called him an absconder. That claim was busted. Now, in the court today, what really have been the kind of arguments that have ensured that Srikanth gets a conditional bail?
Yes, Dipti, there are many aspects surrounding this case. Let me take you to many aspects, and let me start from Karnataka government. What Karnataka government did is to reopen the case which has already buried 31 years ago. And now, if you were to dispose any case, there are so many ways to dispose the case. And how is that? One, you can either drop the case saying that there is no charge against you. Also, you can pursue the case. BJP government questioned Congress government that if you can close the case, of PFI activists, then why can't you close the case of the same people who were struggling for Ram Mandir? And if there is no ill intention, then what is that bothers that you are bringing all activists who were agitating for Ram Mandir? And when these questions were asked, and people, BJP party members, they, including leaders, including former ministers, they came on ground, they questioned Congress government's this move. And also what happened, interesting things turn out in court. And what are those? If you are producing any accused, if you are sending any accused to jail, at least a basic qualification to send any accused to jail is to have an FIR against him. And there is no FIR. Yet he gets a notice from police to appear before them, and also he will be sent to court, he will be produced to court, and also he will be sent to jail permanently. And he was there. That person who is about to release now was in jail for at least 5 days with no FIR mentioned against him as per his lawyer, his advocate. And after this, court actually considers on 2 grounds that it is a constitutional right of any accused that he has Article 21. Right to liberty. And when there is no FIR, when there is no name mentioned in the FIR, then on what grounds are you arresting that person? Also, your court has clearly said that you have violated Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. And when these questions were raised, of course, government didn't have any answer to this, and they had to be silent on this issue. And now, as a result of this, Srikanth Pujari got bail, and also usually in full order there will be few more conditions to the bail. And what are those? It will be like normal. You have to surrender. You have to surrender your passport. You should not go out of your town, and you have to visit police station frequently. This will be there. And also, if there is no FIR at all, then on what grounds that person has to come to police station and answer what? That is the question will be raised in future course by his advocates. But as of now, he has got bail, and detailed order will be with his advocate in an hour. Deepthi.
All right, so Chiru and Prajwal there getting us the latest on that big story. I thank you just for the moment, but we'll request Prajwal to stay with us as we get our next breaking update also coming in from the state of Karnataka. Now in Karnataka, the CBI has approached the High Court of the government's move to transfer the disproportionate asset case against the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar to the Lokayukt. This case, remember, was moved to the Lokayukt earlier, and the CBI has challenged the Karnataka government move to take away the D.K. Shivkumar probe sanction, and the High Court, I think, is going to be hearing the matter very, very shortly, is what we are learning. Prajwal continues to stay with us. Prajwal, what more do we know about this? Could the hearing happen anytime now?
Deepthi, it looks very unlikely at this point of time, because there are around 3 or 4 cases which are pending right in front of the judge, who has already received this request by the CBI as well. But to just go ahead and give an overview, this is the disproportionate assets case of D.K. Shivkumar to the tune of 74 crore rupees, which was lodged in initially by the Income Tax Department. Later, it was handed over to the Enforcement Directorate in 2018. But in 2020, it was the Central Bureau of Investigation which took over this particular case and had started fighting it legally in the state of Karnataka. Remember that on the 15th of December, the Karnataka High Court had in fact gone ahead and quashed a case in regarding to the summons which was issued by the CBI, because there was also a stay which was brought in by D.K. Shivkumar too. But after which we are getting to understand that the government of Karnataka, mainly the cabinet, had now decided to hand over this particular CBI case to the Lokayukta as well. So the question that has now been posed by the CBI after obtaining this particular cabinet note which was passed in by the cabinet clearly shows that there has been a change of jurisdiction from center to the state as well, which is not right on their part as well. And this is something the CBI questioned, and therefore they put in this particular petition. It is not only the Central Bureau of Investigation but also a BJP MLA Basangauda Patil Yatnal too going ahead and questioning on the same lines whether the government of Karnataka, state government, government will have the jurisdiction to transfer case from a central agencies to a local anti-corruption body, which is the Lokayukta in the state of Karnataka. So we will need to wait and watch whether it will come or not, because we get to understand that the courts will be wrapping up proceedings by 4:30 to 5 as well, and there are still 3 cases pending before his case will be coming in. So it is likely to happen tomorrow, or there might even be a further date which might be mentioned as well. So therefore, definitely some sort of some sort of problem for DK Shivkumar as well. But the Deputy Chief Minister has also spoken that there is absolutely nothing to worry, because it will be the government of Karnataka which will now be going ahead and answering to whatever the CBI has stated, and it will ultimately be left to the Honorable High Court of Karnataka to decide whether to transfer the case to the Lokayukta or let the CBI continue over it.
In fact, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, DK Shivkumar, also spoke on this issue, and he's under fire. His assets are under investigation. Here's what he said to the CBI's move to go to the court and challenge what the state government tried to do. They essentially tried to take the case back and ensure that it's investigated within Karnataka. Here is his response to legal developments today.
ಹಕ್ಕಿರೆ ಸಿಬಿಐನವರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ಅಂತಾನೆ.
ಸರ್, ಮೂರು ಡಿಸಿಎಂಗಳಕ್ಕೂ
ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಹಕ್ಕಿರೆ ಸಿಬಿಐನವರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ಅಂತಾನೆ.
ಸರ್, ಮೂರು ಡಿಸಿಎಂಗಳಕ್ಕೂ
ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ.
Prajwal continues to be with us from Bengaluru, tracking the developments. It's a day of back-to-back news breaks here in Karnataka. Just a few seconds back, you had the bail granted to the Karsevaks, where the state government is increasingly facing fire for not putting the full facts out and reopening a 31-year-old case and arresting a Karsevaks in a 31-year-old case. And the Deputy Chief Minister now also facing the heat. He's been facing the heat for quite some time now. Prajwal, now that the CBI, of course, has moved the court, it is a procedural issue. But the battle is long, isn't it, for DK Shivkumar? What next for him? And what next for his party? What will this mean for his party?
Absolutely, because if we are going ahead and looking at DK Shivkumar's case as well, it's a double-edged sword too, because remember that there was a relief which was granted by the Karnataka High Court on the 15th of December, but it also essentially pointed out that the stay which was brought in by DK Shivkumar's legal team was also vacated at the same point of time once the summons plea issued by the CBI was quashed by the Karnataka High Court too. So this is a double-edged sword for him if we are speaking from the legal perspective and the context as well. Secondly, now if the CBI is going ahead and questioning about the jurisdiction as to how a central agency's case has been handed over to a state agency, that in itself will become the contempt of court as well as a contempt of law too, because this particular case was supposed to be going to the Supreme Court, but then the Supreme Court ordered the Advocate General and also the state's the state's attorney to go ahead and handle this particular case in the Karnataka High Court, because all of this has transpired within Karnataka between a period of 2013 to 2018 as well, and the case has passed through 3 central agencies, not 1 but 3: the Income Tax Department, the Enforcement Directorate, and then the CBI. The Income Tax Department's case mainly pertains to the fact about the filing of income tax returns between 2014, 2015 and 2016 as well, and later once the ED takes over the case in 2018, it also goes ahead and points out the fact that the amount of income tax which has been filed by DK Shivkumar is not proportionate to the amount that he had gotten. So then they go to the base of the entire case and then they look into it and they find out that his wealth has increased 3 times as well. So when the source of the income was looked into, the Enforcement Directorate also roped in the Central Bureau of Investigations as well. So this is definitely a huge legal tussle as well, central agencies being involved, but the state government clearly goes ahead and states that now we'll be transferring the case to Lokayukta. Does the state government even have the gambit, does it even have the power to go ahead and transfer a case which is being handled by the central agency to a state agency? This will be a conflict of interest as well, because remember that it is also the Karnataka government, which is the Congress party, which is in power in the state of Karnataka.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Let's move on now and get you some other big breaking news update ahead of the 2024 elections. The BJP in a huddle. Party chief JP Nadda ahead of the 2024 elections. Set to hold 2 key meetings on Saturday over the weekend. Sources saying that JP Nadda will also meet party general secretaries in charge of various states. The BJP has already planned that after the inauguration of the Ram Mandir on the 22nd of January, the party will be going all out, which means they will use that momentum going into the 2024 elections. JP Nadda meeting party general secretaries, top leaders over the next 2 days. State in charges as well. Let me go across to our correspondents getting you more details. But all parties getting into the 2024 election mode now. We'll try and go across to Abhishek Kapoor, who will be joining us on the phone line. The BJP president, JP Nadda, the latest update being JP Nadda will be holding 2 key meetings tomorrow. He's also scheduled a meeting with party general secretaries and in charges of various states given the developments. The Prime Minister himself has been on a South India tour. He's been to almost every state here. He's been to Kerala, he's been to Tamil Nadu. He was in Lakshadweep a few days ago. And Abhishek will be joining us in a few minutes from now. But let's tell you that the party will be strategizing, and the results of which you can be seeing the party going all out. That is the BJP going all out after the inauguration of the Ram Mandir. Let's move on and get you some other top stories we're tracking this afternoon. The wanted Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist Javed Mattu, who was arrested by the Delhi Police Special Cell yesterday, has been produced before the Patiala House Court in Delhi. Police seized a pistol, magazine, stolen vehicle from Mattu. ISRO set to execute a vital maneuver on the 6th of January to position Aditya L1, India's inaugural space-based solar observatory, in its final orbit. This marks a significant step in advancing solar research capabilities. Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva has praised the decision to order a CBI inquiry into the supply of substandard medicines in Delhi government hospitals, saying that the commission is looking into the allegations, and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and his ministers received kickbacks, and that too will be revealed, is what the BJP is claiming.
अब ये भी पता चलेगा कि कौन सी कंपनियां जिनके टेंडर्स खत्म हो गए थे उनको एक्सटेंशन क्यों दी गई, अस्पतालों में नकली दवाइयां क्यों दी गई, दिल्ली सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके मंत्रियों को कितनी कमीशन मिली, कितने करोड़ का घोटाला है, दिल्ली की लोगों की जान से खेलने की कोशिश की गई। बहुत ही शर्मनाक कृत्य था और सीबीआई जांच का हम स्वागत करते हैं। और अब इस जांच का घेरा अरविंद केजरीवाल के आसपास और कसा जाएगा।
Delhi Police Special Cell arresting an interstate thief after an intense exchange of fire. The police recovered a pistol, 2 live cartridges. The arrested criminal involved in over 15 cases. Prime Minister Modi has written to the Japanese counterpart Fumio Kishida following the recent earthquake in Japan, expressing condolences. Prime Minister Modi also said that India stands in solidarity with Japan, ready to extend all possible assistance. Amid the surge in COVID-19 cases across the country, India has reported a total of 619 cases of JN1 series variant, now reported from 12 states. 2 new symptoms have also been identified by UK officials as COVID cases across the globe increase.
Has been reported from United States of America, in which now the Khalistani activist has defaced the board of a temple in Howard in US, and in fact this time they have written the pro-Khalistani slogans and anti-India slogans on the board of the temple, that is the Vijay Sheravali temple in Howard. And in fact the completely defaced the board, the signboard of that temple. And this is another incident that has been reported after a week when the shooting was being reported at the son of temple's priest in USA also. One after another, these incidents are being reported, and in fact the Hindu community is showing the major concern regarding these incidents, just because there are several temples that has been defaced by these pro-Khalistani elements and in fact attacked the high commissions of India. Indian diplomats has been attacked in the different countries including Canada and US, even in Europe also, and in fact the temples remain on the prime target of these Khalistani activists who actually try to run their own agenda in the different countries.
Getting in some more details now on the Gyanvapi verdict. The court will announce tomorrow. We are hearing that it will be tomorrow when the court will decide whether the ASI report can be made public. This is the Gyanvapi mosque survey which took place a few months ago, and the court was scheduled to deliver a verdict this week. Earlier this week was deferred, and now getting in more details that it will be revealed. It will be revealed, or rather the verdict will be out on Saturday. That's tomorrow. And on Wednesday, the ASI had also pleaded with the court not to make the report survey public for at least 4 weeks. But they had not stated any reasons for saying that the report should not be made public. And the ruling on part of the ASI on the making of the report of the ASI and whether the details of the ASI report should be made public. This was a scientific survey that was conducted on the Gyanvapi mosque premises, pictures of which were also accessed by Republic TV. The Gyanvapi mosque itself in Varanasi, and the report was made by the ASI, submitted the survey report in the district court last month, and the verdict we are hearing will be out tomorrow. The court is expected to deliver its final judgment. That's tomorrow, and the verdict will be on the issue of making the report public. And earlier this week, the ASI also filed an application seeking deferment of the same by about 4 weeks. The ASI also pleaded that it's been asked by the Allahabad High Court to submit the survey report in another similar petition pending there, which would take some time. And until then, the report should not be made public. And these are details we're picking up. Ajay Dubey is joining us on the phone line, a correspondent who's in Varanasi. Ajay Dubey ji, हमें थोड़ा बताइए कि ये कल जो फैसला आने वाली है उसमें क्या तय होगा?
ये फैसला है जो कि पिछले 3 जनवरी के बाद से आने की इसकी संभावना जती थी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कोर्ट की प्रोसीडिंग पूरी हो नहीं पाई तो अगली तारीख दी गई। अब उसके बाद कल, क्योंकि जज आ नहीं पाए समय रहते दूसरे कार्यक्रम के चलते, तो आज की तारीख दी गई थी, और आज ऑर्डर टाइप ना होने के चलते जज की तरफ से कल की तारीख दी गई है। महत्वपूर्ण ये 3 मामले हैं, जिसमें एक तो एएसआई सर्वे की रिपोर्ट सार्वजनिक करना, दूसरा एएसआई की जो नई रिक्वेस्ट है 4 हफ्ते का समय, उसके ऊपर फैसला, और तीसरा इंतजामिया कमेटी की तरफ से मछलियों के लिए जो मांग की गई है उसको लेकर फैसला। तो ये 3 महत्वपूर्ण फैसले हैं जिन पर जज को अपनी तरफ से फैसला सुनाना है, और कल की तारीख जज की तरफ से निर्धारित की गई है।
Right. Thank you for joining us, Ajay, with those details. Getting in news in connection with the Gyanvapi verdict, which was due. And the Hindu Council had said that the Varanasi court will decide on Saturday on making the ASI survey report public. And the court will now decide, and we are hearing that the verdict perhaps could be out tomorrow. The Varanasi court decision is likely on Saturday, and that verdict will decide whether the ASI report on Gyanvapi. There was a survey conducted in the Gyanvapi mosque premises. Some of the pictures which Republic TV also accessed, which showed Hindu emblems, etc., and signs of a temple being there in the first place. Those were some signs that the pictures revealed. The final report expected tomorrow, or rather the verdict on the final report expected tomorrow. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, that big headline from Bengal, Republic TV tracking the latest on the attack on the Enforcement Directorate team. We're getting you the full report. Unprecedented lawlessness in Bengal. ED team, Enforcement Directorate team circled, assaulted, made to bleed, and the Trinamool Congress is defending the attack. No word from Mamata Banerjee yet, but her party trying to shift the blame, saying it was the Enforcement Directorate officials who provoked. She's almost saying that they asked for the attack.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा, वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर,
Getting in some breaking news now from Bengal on one of the scams that is being investigated. It's a big Republic TV exclusive. Cash transactions, proof of which are in the chart sheet right now. Cash transaction proof has been established against Bengal Minister Jyotipriya Malik, who was arrested in the ration scam. 2 receipts showing payment to the minister to the tune of 68 lakh rupees and 12 lakh rupees respectively. And these receipts, we are hearing, are attached in the chart sheet. Some more details that we are picking up. Cash transaction proof against Bengal minister. So another setback to the Trinamool Congress. Trouble for Jyotipriya Malik. 2 receipts showing payment to the minister in charge, Jyotipriya Malik. The minister allegedly was paid about 68 lakh rupees and 12 lakh rupees respectively. So 2 receipts of 80 lakhs in all. And these receipts have now been attached as annexure in the chart sheet. The chart sheet has been now filed against Bengal Minister Jyotipriya Malik. That's a big breaking news update that's now coming in from Bengal. And we'll try and go across to Shravan also joining us with the details. Shravan accessing details of the chart sheet of the cash transaction and the proof of the cash transaction, as several senior Trinamool Congress leaders have come under scanner in different scams. And this is the ration scam, in which there is proof in the chart sheet attached as annexures. The minister in charge and the minister in question is Jyotipriya Malik. And hearing now that documents and the details we're picking up, documents have now been seized during the searches that were carried out in connection with this particular scam. 2 receipts showing payment to MIC, Minister in Charge, MIC in quotes, Minister in Charge, Jyoti Priyo Malik. And the details of the payment also with Republic TV, details of the chart sheet, payments of 68 lakh rupees, 12 lakh rupees respectively. And these receipts have now been attached as annexure in the chart sheet filed against the Minister Jyoti Priyo Malik. And Republic TV is accessing more details as we see the drama unfold in Bengal. Earlier today we saw Trinamool Congress workers attack the Enforcement Directorate team as all hell breaks loose and as law and order goes for a toss in Bengal. Another leader, a minister who was arrested earlier last year, the ED arrested the Bengal minister Jyoti Priyo Malik. This was in a money laundering case, and it was a case related to an alleged multi-crore ration distribution scam, and the action back then was taken under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and he was questioned for days together. Let me go across to Ishan Deb joining us on the phone line with more details. Ishan Deb, hearing of cash receipts to MIC or the minister in charge.
Well, Jyoti Priyo Malik, who was the erstwhile food minister of West Bengal, and now though he is behind the bars, but still he remains to be a minister for the Department of Forest. This Jyoti Priyo Malik, when he was the food minister in West Bengal, at the time there was large-scale corruption in the rationing system. This is the allegation which is coming up, and those people who are associated allegedly with the corruption in the rationing network, in the food and supply network, all those people were connected with him, and with them, Jyoti Priyo Malik had a large amount of whopping amount of monetary transactions. All these allegations are coming up, and one after another, proofs are coming to the surface that with whom Jyoti Priyo Malik had a transaction of which amount. And today there is another addition to this series. Payment receipts of 68 lakh and 12 lakh. These are coming to the light, and again Jyoti Priyo Malik is going to be in more trouble because of the payment receipts which are coming to the light recently. And not only that, Jyoti Priyo Malik's close aide Shahjahan Sheikh, whose aides and whose men today attacked the ED officials and the central forces in the Sandesh Khali area. This Shahjahan Sheikh is also very well connected, very closely connected with Jyoti Priyo Malik, and under the Jyoti Priyo Malik, this Shahjahan Sheikh used to ply on his reign of terror in the Sandesh Khali area. This is also an allegation. And today, when the ED officials in connection with the ration scam went there for a raid at Shahjahan Sheikh's place, the ED officials and central forces were attacked. So this is the situation here, and Jyoti Priyo Malik, one after another, very serious allegations are coming up against Jyoti Priyo Malik. Back to the studio.
All right. Thank you for joining us with those details. Ishan Deb joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom. We're taking a short break. Another big story from Bengal that we are tracking of the attack on the Enforcement Directorate team. Back with the visuals of that story and the full loadout of what happened as the Enforcement Directorate team landed in Bengal to investigate another scam. Details coming up. And days after Enforcement Directorate raids on former Congress MLA in Haryana, agency has seized a cash stash. We have details and pictures coming up.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सोमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
Unprecedented lawlessness in Mamta run Bengal. ED team encircled, assaulted, made to bleed in Sandesh Khalieri. Sources saying that the Trinamool Congress leader locked the doors on the Enforcement Directorate team, asked supporters to encircle them. Enforcement Directorate headquarters receives attack report from Bengal unit. Center calls for an investigation.
The duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy.
Bengal Governor C.V. Anandabose slams Jungle Raj, says it's high time the violence is stopped.
Getting agencies surrounded by the central force. They provoked the local people badly, that's why there was a counter reaction spontaneously.
No word from Mamata Banerjee yet, but her party, the Trinamool Congress, trying to shift the blame, blaming the Enforcement Directorate, almost justifying the attack.
ये जगजाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते हैं।
Vinala Congress distances, launches attack, says attack was led by the Trinamool Congress's goons. And getting in the latest on the horrific attack on the Enforcement Directorate team when members of the agency were beaten black and blue, made to bleed in West Bengal by goons reportedly belonging to the Trinamool Congress. The West Bengal governor has spoken. The Republic Bangla team has learned that the West Bengal governor will also summon the chief secretary in relation to the attack on the Enforcement Directorate team. The ED headquarters in Delhi has also received a report from Bengal unit over the attack.
The ghastly incident reported from Sandeshkhadi in North 24 Parganas district is alarming, is deplorable, to say the least. It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy. If government fails in its basic duty, then the Constitution of India will definitely take its course. As governor, I reserve all my constitutional options for appropriate action at the appropriate moment. Flexing muscles and parading paper tigers will not work with the people of Bengal. Jungle Raj and Gundagiri will work in a fool's paradise. Bengal is not a banana republic. I repeat, Bengal is not a banana republic. Government should do its duty. Those who think they can rule through dons and soon will they find themselves to be Don Quixotes. This pre-election violence, which has an early beginning, should find an early end. The sole responsibility for wanton violence in society lies with the government. It lies with the government. Government may better open up its eyes and see the reality and act effectively to face the consequences. The ostrich-like attitude of the police who pretend not to see the reality around, not to see the lawlessness around should go. The perpetrators of violence, and more so, their political abettors, will soon be made to realize you can fool some people for all times and all people for some times, but not all people for all times, not all people for all times. It is high time that we call stops to violence and hooliganism. In Bengal, violence will come to an end.
And Shravan is joining us with the details. Shravan, what's the latest on the ground, the situation, and what does the report say? What really happened this morning?
Well, Nirajat, we've also accessed some details of the charge sheet. I'm not very sure if we are breaking this right away. In fact, if we are, then we'll also take our viewers through the latest details that we've accessed in terms of where it all started. And the key character, if I may say so, is the minister in charge, Jyotirmoy Malik, who was arrested in the month of October in 2023. Now, the connection with Jyotirmoy Malik and Shah Jahan, who's the Trinamool Congress convener in the Sundarban areas. Remember, the searches that were being carried out early this morning. Let's begin with that. The searches were basically planned for at least about 17 locations, which also included 3 locations of Shah Jahan, and this was in Sundarban area, in Sundarkhali area, where the searches were supposed to be carried out. It turned out the moment that the Enforcement Directorate actually reached the residence of Shah Jahan, a call was actually made to Shah Jahan so that he would have opened the doors and the searches would have been carried out because he had locked himself. Multiple attempts were made by the Enforcement Directorate. He refused to answer a single call. But rather than cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate, what Shah Jahan essentially did was made those calls to a few other workers of the Trinamool Congress and a few other people who were there, and a mob was gathered outside his residence, according to the Enforcement Directorate's incident report that has also been accessed by Republic TV, in which they make a mention of the fact that roughly about 1,000 to 2,000 people had gathered outside the residence. preventing the enforcement directorate and 27 CRPF personnel from carrying out their own duties. So much so that it led to stone pelting, sloganeering, and also the sloganeering was against the enforcement directorate and against the centre. In the process, 3 of the enforcement directorate officers were grievously injured, is what we are being told. As far as Shah Jahan is concerned, he turns out to be the right-hand man of the minister himself, and along with him, the rice miller who was taken into custody.
रक्षा करूंगा। ममता बनर्जी ने भी भारत के संविधान की ही शपथ ली है, और जब कानून का पालन करते हुए जो घोटाले पश्चिम बंगाल में हुए हैं, जिनको रोकने का दायित्व ममता बनर्जी का था, उसकी जांच करने के लिए ईडी के अधिकारी जाते हैं तो उन पे जानलेवा हमला होता है, और बताया जा रहा है कि 2 से 3 ईडी के अधिकारी हैं जो चोटिल हैं, जिनको गंभीर चोटें लगी हैं और अस्पताल गए। ममता बनर्जी का एक इतिहास रहा है, और तथ्यों के आधार पर मैं आपको बताता हूं। याद करिए, 2 मई 2021 पश्चिम बंगाल के विधानसभा चुनाव के परिणाम आ रहे थे। ऐसी हिंसा हुई, हत्याएं हुई, बलात्कार हुए, घर जलाए गए, क्योंकि जितने गुंडे हैं उनको यह बात पता है कि हमें डरने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, हमें मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी का संरक्षण प्राप्त है। और मैं ये कहता हूं आज इस मंच से, और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहता हूं, ममता बनर्जी को हक नहीं है कि वो एक दिन भी अपनी कुर्सी पे बनी रहे, उनको इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। ममता बनर्जी, जिम्मेदारी लेने से आप इतना घबराती क्यों? आपके पास जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि जो ईडी अफसर थे, कानून के रक्षक, ये वहां की पुलिस को कॉल करते हैं कि मदद चाहिए। टीएमसी के गुंडों ने जानलेवा हमला कर दिया है। टीएमसी लीडर शाहजहां शेख, इनके यहां ईडी छापा मार रही थी। पहले तो कोई घर से निकला नहीं, उसके बाद यह जानलेवा हमला हो जाता है। आप सोचिए कितना चिंताजनक है। पुलिस ने ईडी के अफसरों से बात करने से मना कर दिया। तो मैं ये कहूंगा, शाहजहां शेख, मामला तो शाहजहां शेख का है, पर शह किसकी है? ये शेखी किसकी है कि मैं कानून से ऊपर हूं? ये तो अराजक ममता बनर्जी की ही है। और ममता बनर्जी, आपको ये गलतफहमी हो गई है कि जो कानून के रक्षक हैं, जो ईमानदार अफसर अपना कार्य करेंगे, उनको आपके गुंडे पीटेंगे। तो मैं आपको ये बता दूं इस मंच से, कानून का जब डंडा चलेगा तो ये जितने गुंडे हैं ना, इनको नानी याद आ जाएगी। इनको आप बचा नहीं पाएंगे। ये लड़ाई कानून के डंडे और ममता के गुंडों के बीच में है, और जीत हमेशा कानून की होती है, वर्दी की होती है। हमारे जो अफसर ईमानदारी से अपना कार्य कर रहे हैं, उनकी होती है, और इस बार भी उन्हीं की जीत होगी। ये आश्वासन इसलिए देना भी बड़ा आवश्यक है। मैंने आपको एक उदाहरण दिया, मैं एक और उदाहरण देता हूं। ये जो मैं आपको तस्वीर दिखाऊंगा, ये न्यूज जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मामला चल रहा था पश्चिम बंगाल के पंचायत चुनाव का, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या कहा था? डेमोक्रेसी नॉट वर्किंग एट पंचायत लेवल इन बंगाल। और ये आज के लिए भी बिल्कुल प्रासंगिक है। लोकतंत्र पश्चिम बंगाल में खत्म हो गया है। जब संविधान और वर्दी का रसूख ना रहे, जब मुख्यमंत्री कानून के साथ ना खड़ा हो बल्कि गुंडों के साथ खड़ा हो जाए, तो यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि ममता बनर्जी के मन में आज केवल सत्ता का सुख भोगना है। और मैं जब बात करता हूं अफसरों की, ईमानदार अफसरों की, मैं एक बात और बता दूं, पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता भी आज कह रही है कि ममता बनर्जी ना हो गई, अराजकता की मूर्ति हो गई। न्याय की मूर्ति सुना होगा आपने, न्यायालय में होती है। आज ममता बनर्जी जो है अराजकता की मूर्ति हो गई। जनता को डराया जाता है। इससे पहले जब सीबीआई के अफसर पश्चिम बंगाल गए थे जांच करने, तो उनको बंद कर दिया गया था कमरे में पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस द्वारा। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि लोकतंत्र में वर्दी धरने पे बैठी थी ममता बनर्जी के साथ। और मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जब जनता की ही हत्या की जाए क्योंकि उन्होंने अपना लोकतांत्रिक जो अधिकार है उसका इस्तेमाल किया है, और उनको टारगेट किया जाए कि आपने हमारे लिए वोट क्यों नहीं किया, ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कर देता है कि आज ममता बनर्जी जंगल राज का पर्याय है। और जैसा मैंने कहा, पुनः दोहराते हुए, ये जो लड़ाई है ये कानूनी डंडे और ममता बनर्जी के गुंडों के बीच में है, और जीत कानून की होगी। एक और बहुत ही अहम बात आपके बीच में मैं रखता हूं, इसका एक और पहलू है। केंद्र में ईमानदार सरकार है, जांच एजेंसियां अपना कार्य कर रही हैं। जो भ्रष्टाचारी जनता का धन लूट के बैठे थे, जिनको लगता था हम कानून से ऊपर हैं, आप उनके कृत्य देखिए। हमने प्रेस वार्ता कल और परसों करी और मुद्दा उठाया, ईडी के समन आए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ईडी से हुक्म किया, अपना समन वापस लो, मैं आदेश देता हूं। भ्रष्टाचारी नंबर 1, कट्टर बेईमान अरविंद केजरीवाल ईडी को आदेश देते हैं। अब जरा देखिए झारखंड में हेमंत सोरेन 7 समन गए, 7। हेमंत सोरेन ने कहा मेरा तो भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ साथ है, आप 7 दो, 6 दो, 5 दो, मैं नहीं आ रहा हूं। ये क्या है? ये भी इंडी अलायंस घमंडिया गुट के एक घटक दल है। उसके बाद विचित्र बात है, ऐसा लगा कि भ्रष्टाचार का गोंद इन्हें जोड़े है। बिहार में तेजस्वी यादव को समन आया, उन्होंने भी कहा, अनदेखी कर दी। और इन सब के ऊपर खेला हो बे, मैं आई हूं तो मैं तो गुंडागर्दी करूंगी, ये कानून क्या होता है, संविधान क्या होता है। ममता बनर्जी उन्होंने आज एक नया खेला होबे मॉडल दिया है। उन्होंने दिखाया कि मेरे पास, मेरे प्रदेश के अंदर अगर कोई ईडी का अफसर घुस भी जाएगा ना, तो मेरे गुंडे हैं, मैं उनको भेजूंगी। पुलिस को कहूंगी कि जो ईडी के अफसर हैं, जिनकी जान पर बनाई है, उनकी मदद ना करना, टीएमसी के गुंडों के साथ खड़े हो जाना। ये एक खेला हो बे मॉडल भी आ गया है। और मैं एक बात और कहूंगा, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहूंगा, देश की जनता, पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता बहुत समझदार है, वो सब देख रही है। हम ये बात बार बार उठाते हैं, पश्चिम बंगाल में अराजकता की पराकाष्ठा हो गई, गुंडागर्दी चरम सीमा पर है। आप सोचिए, जो इंडी अलायंस के घटक दल एक साथ आने की बात करते हैं, जब अति हो जाती है तो वो क्या कहते हैं, मैं पढ़ देता हूं। अधीर रंजन चौधरी, ये तो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, पश्चिम बंगाल से आते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के। इन्होंने आज कहा है, सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी के गुंडों ने ईडी अधिकारियों पर जो हमले किए, इससे यह स्पष्ट होता है कि राज्य में कानून व्यवस्था का हाल बुरा होता जा रहा है। आज वे घायल हुए हैं, कल उनकी हत्या भी हो सकती है। इस बात पे ध्यान दीजिएगा। मुख्य मुद्दा मैंने आपके समक्ष में रखा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में इतना दमखम है कि हम पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता की लड़ाई, ईमानदार अफसरों की लड़ाई पुरजोर तरीके से लड़ेंगे। लेकिन जब पराकाष्ठा हो जाए अराजकता की, तो घमंडिया के घटक दल क्या कह रहे हैं, यह अति आवश्यक है।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey. Because today, Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector, the potential of Dholera and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Vikasit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
The shadows of light traveling to the wild. Surprise. Keep it wild. The new Sonnet.
Kia, movement that inspires.
इस दुनिया में बस हम दो हैं, दुनिया जिनकी दीवानी है। आ रहे हैं हम दोनों
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
सब जानते हैं केंद्र की सरकार बड़ी मजबूती से कोई भी अराजक तत्व हो उसको कुचलने का कार्य करती है, कानूनी दायरे में रह के, और वो ही होगा। और कोई प्रश्न है तो प्लीज बताइए।
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them. The MBA programs at the Amrita School of Business. Admissions have opened. Apply now.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
जब सेफ बैंकिंग के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2 करोड़ 63 लाख किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
गाड़ी लेने से पहले टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX का दिल, यानी इसका इंजन देखो, ये इतना बढ़िया है कि 18 किलोमीटर प्रति लीटर तक का माइलेज तो हंसते हंसते दे जाएगा। अब तेल के दाम तो बराबर ही हैं, पर इस गाड़ी की कीमत है कम, इसलिए अब हर ट्रिप में खर्चा है कम और मुनाफा ज्यादा। तो अब सोचो समझो और टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. We are not merely presenting a news app. We at Republic TV are ushering in a new era of digital news consumption. The Republic World mobile app has the essence of power of breaking news and the heartbeat of our impactful shows seamlessly integrated into a singular dynamic platform for you. Join us, viewers, in an experience that goes beyond conventional news reporting. Don't merely witness the news, become a part of it. Download the Republic World app, now available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Brace yourselves for a revolutionary leap into the world of news with the Republic World app. This is not just an app, viewers, it's a direct conduit to a world of news delivered with unparalleled authority and integrity right at your fingertips. Republic World app is your gateway to the latest updates, live streams and the debates that have become the hallmark of our journalistic prowess. Download Republic World app, available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Unprecedented lawlessness in Mamdara, Bengal. Enforcement Directorate team encircled, assaulted, made to bleed. Sources say the Trinamool Congress leader locked doors on the Enforcement Directorate team, asked his supporters to encircle and attack. ED headquarters receives attack report from the Bengal unit. Centre has called for an investigation.
It is a bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy.
Bengal Governor Ananda Bose slams Jungle Raj in Bengal, says it's high time the violence is stopped.
The officers of Central Investigating Agency surrounded by the central forces. They provoked the local people badly, that's why there was a counter reaction spontaneously.
No word from Mamata Banerjee yet. Trinamool Congress tries to shift the blame, says ED officials provoke people.
जग जाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते हैं।
Even Allied Congress Party distancing itself from what happened in Bengal, questioning Trinamool Congress, calling it an attack led by Mamata's party.
Let's begin this edition of the news with this quick breaking update coming in. We are learning an FIR already now has been registered against the NCP leader Jitendra Awad for his meat-eater remark against Lord Ram. So that is the latest. Sandeep is also joining us. He has more details on that. Sandeep, can you tell us more about the particular sections that also have been invoked in this FIR?
So yes, 295A of IPC has been pressed against NCP leader of Sharad Pawar faction, Jitendra Awad, by the Pune police. Remember, the case was filed by the BJP chief of Pune, and in fact, after the complaint was filed, the Pune police has now registered the case in this very matter, and in fact have booked Jitendra Awad. It will be very much crucial to see whether any kind of arrest has been possible or not, whether it is bailable or not. But yes, this is the first action that is being seen by the Maharashtra police against Jitendra Awad. Remember, the kind of statement that Jitendra Awad has given previously against Lord Rama was in fact very objectionable, and following which there was a huge outrage across the country. Not only the priest and the saints in India, but also all the political parties had criticized the statement given by Awad. Now it seems that this is the first action by the Maharashtra police at this point of time. He's been booked under the IPC 295, that is for hurting the religious sentiment, and it will be crucial to see whether there's any kind of arrest being made or not.
And you know, Sandeep, this is a story obviously that has touched a lot of raw nerves. What he said was clearly not in the right stride. And what is making matters worse, Sandeep, for him is that he does not even apologize. He does not even say that I said something wrong, I'm willing to take back my comments. But what about the party? Does the party stand? Does the party back the comment that has been made by its leader?
See, yesterday, Deepthi, Jitendra Awad addressed a press conference and mentioned that he is citing some verses from Valmiki Ramayana and from Ayodhya Kand. That is what he said, and he clarified that if the people's sentiments are hurt, then he is apologizing for the fact. But at this point of time, none of the NCP leader, not in fact Sharad Pawar himself, have come ahead and spoken against Jitendra Awad. But yes, Rohit Pawar, the grandnephew of Sharad Pawar, had opposed the statement of Jitendra Awad. But so far, Sharad Pawar, or be it Uddhav Thackeray, remember Uddhav Thackeray is an alliance partner of Sharad Pawar in Maharashtra as well, and he talks about hard Hindutva. But so far, there is no statement from Sharad Pawar, neither from Uddhav Thackeray.
The BJP is also joining us. And do remember, this particular image that you see on your screens is where you have the entire BJP delegation being led by Ram Kadam, who's actually presented and urged the police there to launch their FIR. Ram Kadam ji, good evening, sir, and thank you for speaking to us on Republic. जब जितेंद्र अवार्ड ये कहते हैं कि ये मेरा इंटरप्रिटेशन नहीं है, ये तो किसी स्क्रिप्चर्स को वो साइट करके कहते हैं कि ऐसी रिसर्च है और उसके बेसिस पर ही मैंने इस तरह का कमेंट दिया है. How would you respond to that? And what really are the charges in the FIR? Are these bailable charges, sir, or these are non-bailable charges?
इसे बेहुदा बचकानी बयानबाजी थी उनकी. He has not studied well. Actually, the real Valmiki Ramayana has only 24,000 shlokas, whereas there is one more Valmiki Ramayana which is called Uttarardhaka Ramayana, which is not acceptable by all sadhus, which was fabricated by all these Muslim rulers who came in this country and who forcefully asked Hindus to convert their religion. That was their mischief. And Mr. Awad was showing those documents, those not, you can say, not trustable documents to everyone, whereas he was blaming that Lord Rama used to eat non-veg, he used to drink, he used to see dance. What is this nonsense? Who has asked him whether Lord Rama used to eat what? He has nothing to do with that. He just wanted to indulge into appeasement politics. And that's the reason why, time and again, if you notice, is all these statements for the past 1 year, those statements are against Hindus, against Hindu religion, against Sanatan Dharma. Why it is so? And why Mr. Sharad Pawar was quiet?
Now,
he has not spoken anything. Not even Uddhav Thackeray.
You know, this is exactly what I wanted to ask you about Sharad Pawar. Someone, sir, who understands politics, he understands the larger import of what his netas are saying. Do you believe that Sharad Pawar needs to act? He needs to precisely tell us whether he backs this particular comment? And if Jitendra Awad is willing to apologize, will you take back the FIR?
No, will not take back FIR at all. He should be punished. He should be arrested. And that is one. And the second point, which is very important, this morning I wrote letter to Mr. Sharad Pawar why he kept mum, why he is not speaking anything about it. And when he has been not speaking anything about it, it means he is supporting to Mr. Awad. And if he is supporting to Mr. Awad, it means that he has instigated Mr. Awad to speak like this. You know, it's very simple. Because Mr. Pawar is Mr. Awad's guru, and if Mr. Awad is saying such a, wrong statement against all Hindu religion, it is not so simple. So, ye dono ki mili bhagat hai. You cannot say this is only Mr. Awad. This is the face of Mr. Sharad Pawar, which is absolutely against Hindus, against Ram devotees, against Sanatan Dharma.
All right, Ram Kadamji, not mincing his words, he says कि जितेंद्र अवार्ड सिर्फ चेहरा है, लेकिन जो बोला गया है, Ram Kadamji alleges that this is exactly how the NCP top brass, including Sharad Pawar, really feel. He remembers the complainant in the entire case. There is an FIR now against Jitendra Awad. Ram Kadamji, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. We'll track and see if there is a reaction from Jitendra Awad or his party or even the NCP top brass, if they are willing to apologize and say what they said was wrong. And does Sharad Pawar stand with this comment or not? Let's quickly shift our focus to get you our next breaking update now. Now, this is coming in from Delhi, where the Aam Aadmi Party has decided, remember, to send the scam-tainted Sanjay Singh back to the Rajya Sabha. The BJP has hit back at the AAP, and they say that those who came to end graft are now indulging in one. This is a reaction that's coming in from BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो देश की राजनीति बदलने आए थे, बदलते 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 इतना ही बदल गए कि खुद भी करप्शन और बेईमानी में लिप्त हो गए और अपने शराब घोटाले के साथी, करप्शन के साथी, उनके करप्शन के पैसों के राजदार संजय सिंह, जो कि शराब घोटाले की करप्शन के चलते जेल में हैं, उनको राज्यसभा में दोबारा भेज रहे हैं। तो कल्पना करिए, जो लोग करप्शन खत्म करने आए थे, वो करप्ट लोगों को राज्यसभा में भेजने के लिए जाने जाएंगे। और यही नहीं, उनका इंडी अलायंस के बाकी पार्टनर, क्योंकि एक करप्शन वालों का एक समूह बना है। ये जो इंडी अलायंस है करप्शन का एक समूह है जो करप्ट लोगों का है। उनके साथी ममता जी, जिन्होंने कल ईडी के लोगों को 1000 से ज्यादा लोगों के से पिटवाया, सड़कों पे दौड़ाया। क्या करने गई थी ईडी? उनके घोटालों के, रिश्वत के पैसों के, जो लूटे हुए पैसे हैं जो बरामद हो रहे हैं, उस पीडीएस स्कैम में गए थे। ये हालात हैं इंडी अलायंस के, ये हालात हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के, हालात हैं ममता जी के, टीएमसी के। तो मैं इसीलिए कहता हूं ये इंडी जो है और कुछ नहीं है, ये एक समूह है जो लुटेरों का, बेईमानों का, देश को लूटने वालों का और लूटकर अपने आप को बचाने वालों का समूह है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की बदलती राजनीति का चेहरा भी आपके सामने है और ममता जी का चेहरा भी आपके सामने। अब आप ही तय कीजिएगा ये इंडी अलायंस लुटेरों का है या कुछ और है।
So that is the BJP hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party. That's a part of the INDA alliance. And another party that is a part of the INDA alliance, ladies and gentlemen, is the Trinamool Congress. The state that they rule is the state of West Bengal, a state that is not oblivious to the kind of political violence we have seen. But what happened earlier today is not just shocking, it is not just worrying, but it is unprecedented. You had an enforcement directorate team that was on the ground raiding in connection with an alleged Ration scam. So what happens is that this entire team is attacked by certain cadre that the ED sources believe are prompted by the TMC itself. In fact, these are images that you see on your screens that will tell you the entire story. This happened in the North 24 Pargana area. A lot of these ED officials are attacked. A lot of them were bleeding. They are grievously injured. The governor has also responded to this entire situation and he says this is worrisome. He also says that in case the ruling dispensation in the state is not able to keep a check on law and order, the centre must step in.
The ghastly incident reported from Sandeshkhadi in North 24 Parganas district is alarming, is deplorable, to say the least. It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy. If government fails in its basic duty, then the Constitution of India will definitely take its course. As governor, I reserve all my constitutional options for appropriate action at the appropriate moment. Flexing muscles and parading paper tigers will not work with the people of Bengal. Jungle Raj and Gundagiri will work in a fool's paradise. Bengal is not a banana republic. I repeat, Bengal is not a banana republic. Government should do its duty. Those who think they can rule through dons and soon will they find themselves to be Don Quixotes. This pre-election violence, which has an early beginning, should find an early end. The sole responsibility for wanton violence in society lies with the government. It lies with the government. Government may better open up its eyes and see the reality and act effectively to face the consequences. The ostrich-like attitude of the police who pretend not to see the reality around, not to see the lawlessness around should go. The perpetrators of violence, and more so, their political abettors, will soon be made to realize you can fool some people for all times and all people for some times, but not all people for all times, not all people for all times. It is high time that we call stops to violence and hooliganism. In Bengal, violence will come to an end.
So the ED team, remember, went here to search a certain TMC Neta, and before they could even do that is when you see this entire violence being unleashed. Now, the governor, again, not mincing his words, he says something like this is not tolerable, not acceptable in a democracy. The centre also now has taken a note. The MOS in the Home Ministry says that we will be calling for a thorough report from the state.
आज संदेश खाली में जो घटना हुआ है, इसका कड़ी से कड़ी भाषा में हम लोग निंदा करते हैं और उसके साथ साथ ये भी कहना चाहते हैं कि जब कोई भी निरपेक्ष तदंतकारी केंद्रीय संस्था कोई भी राज्य पर जाते हैं और वो भी महामान्य उच्च अदालत के निर्देशानुसार, और जब उनके ऊपर अटैक होते हैं, इससे बड़ी निंदा का विषय हो ही नहीं सकता है। और हम ये भी कहते हैं कि जब सिर्फ ये एक केंद्रीय निरपेक्ष एजेंसी के ऊपर ही अटैक नहीं, बल्कि ये पूरी संविधान का ऊपर अटैक है, पूरा जो महामान्य उच्च अदालत की निर्देश है उसका ऊपर अटैक है और उसके साथ साथ फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर का ऊपर अटैक है। और मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि बंगाल में ऐसी घटना, ऐसी हादसा बार बार हो रहा है और क्यों हो रहा है, इसको भी हम लोग ये भी खोज करेंगे।
And following that, there have been a string of reactions that have come in from the BJP, both here in the centre and also from the unit of West Bengal. And they allege that this is the state of utter lawlessness in the state. And they also insist Mamata Banerjee must be held accountable.
पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए ब्लैक डे है। आज तृणमूल नेता शाहजहां, जिसके ऊपर बहुत सारा केसेस है, उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी करने के लिए ईडी ने अभियान चलाया था, ईडी सीबीआई ने। और जाने के टाइम में वहाँ पे पूरा जो शाहजहां का जो वाहिनी है, गुंडा वाहिनी है, रोहिंगा वाहिनी है, वो लोग पूरा अटैक किया पूरा ईडी सीबीआई अधिकारी के ऊपर।
आज संदेश खाली में जो हुआ, ये मैं आज से नहीं 2019 से कह रहा हूँ, शाहजहां शेख इज अ थ्रेट टू पब्लिक पीस इन दैट एरिया। इसके ये पूरा वहाँ एक बड़ा माफिया है और ये अभिषेक बैनर्जी जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जनरल सेक्रेटरी है, उसका बहुत करीबी है। उसको पूरा खुली छूट दिया गया है साउथ 24 परगनास में।
And Mamata Banerjee till now has not responded, but there have been a few reactions that have come in from the TMC. But what they do, as always, is distance themselves from what has happened so far. Not just this, they also say don't blame us, but they are putting the blame squarely on the Enforcement Directorate and their officials, and they insist it is them who provoked.
What happened in Sandesh Khali, any kind of violence is not supported by Trinamool Congress. But the villagers were complaining that they were provoked by the central forces which were accompanying the investigative agencies.
The real fact is the people of India, they are totally frustrated. Seeing this deep-rooted conspiracy engineered and monitored by Delhi on daily basis, and that too in case of Trinamool Congress so far in our state of West Bengal is concerned. People of Bengal, they are witnessing this big conspiracy almost on daily basis. On the contrary, the person who is posting all these stuffs in the social media, he is topping the list of corruption. He was found taking money before camera.
And if you thought it is just the BJP hitting back at the Trinamool Congress, you must listen in to the next reaction we play out. This is to the Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who clearly has an axe to grind against Mamata Banerjee. And he says this time these men have only been attacked. The next time, he says they can be murdered. And this again, he says, is a clear testimony to the fact that the entire law and order in the state has crumbled.
इसमें ये जगजाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। मैं तो ये कहना चाहते हैं कि अगर ईडी इतना इडियट कब से हुआ पता नहीं, उनको सारे फौजों को साथ में लेकर चलना चाहिए। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते, तो इसके लिए सतर्कता बरतते हुए ईडी वालों को और ज़्यादा फौज को शामिल करते हुए किसी के खिलाफ दाबोज करना या किसी को हिरासत में लेना, कोई संपत्तियों को बरामद करना, जो भी कदम उठाए साथ में भारी भरकम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को लेना चाहिए, ये मैं जरूर कहना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बंगाल में ये सारे आदी है।
And another reaction that again tells you that all is not well between the TMC and the Congress, both apart, remember, of the India alliance. But clearly the story has a larger narrative also of the utter lawlessness that you are seeing in the state of West Bengal. We'll keep getting you more details of that big story as and when we have them. It's time for us to head into a quick break right now.
हमारे देश को आज
जहां यादगार होता है हर एक किस्सा, इको रिट्रीट ओडिशा।
अवध में आ रहे हैं भगवान राम। अपने राम के लिए अयोध्या सज धज कर तैयार हो रही है। राम मंदिर बनकर तैयार हो रहा है। गर्भगृह से लेकर मंदिर के बाहर की तस्वीरें किसी का भी मन मोह लेती हैं। नेपाल की जनकपुरी से लेकर श्रीलंका और अमेरिका से चीजें आ रही हैं जो भगवान राम के दरबार की शोभा बढ़ाएंगी। अब बड़े नेताओं के साथ साथ आम लोग भी 22 जनवरी का इंतजार कर रहे हैं, जब रामलला अपने भव्यतम मंदिर में विराजेंगे।
Let's also put our focus on an interesting development. This is the External Affairs Minister, who, remember, is on a 2-day visit to Nepal. And Nepal and New Delhi, remember, are expected to ink a lot of productive agreements. But he also does say that this is about people-to-people contact also between the two countries. That makes the relationship even more special.
I also communicated yesterday to Prime Minister Prachandji our decision to extend a financial package of Nepalese rupees 1,000 crore, that is $75 million, for the reconstruction of infrastructure in these affected districts. We shall continue to stand by the people of Nepal and contribute to the efforts of the government of Nepal in this regard. Friends, in recent years, we have witnessed the real transformation of the India-Nepal relationship, with significant strides made in a variety of areas. This partnership has expanded multifold, and connectivity, be it physical, digital, or energy-related, has become a cornerstone of this expanding collaboration. And this has further strengthened the people-to-people linkages between our two countries. During my visit this time, we have signed some really important agreements, both in the areas of power sector cooperation as well as project implementation. And I am very confident that these will positively impact the lives of the ordinary person in Nepal. Our development cooperation has also been bolstered by educational and capacity building initiatives in various sectors, including a large number of scholarships in premier educational institutions in India as well as in Nepal itself, to encourage the brightest students here to continue their studies. Our youth are particularly powerful agents of growth and development in both societies, and also important ambassadors of the relationship between us. Our collaboration and initiatives in promoting our youth by providing educational opportunities and also by making good educational infrastructure like this library building available to them will only empower them in the positive transformation of both countries.
We head into a quick break right now, but on the other side, more details behind these pictures that you see on your screen. An ED team that was out there to raid a TMC Neta is completely encircled by the TMC goons, and sources say that it was Mamata Banerjee's leader who locked the doors on the ED.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
The first Vibrant Gujarat in Amrit Kal, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 is set to take place. Infinite opportunities to meaningfully engage with Bharat and the world will unfold on this globally acclaimed future-ready platform. The last 20 glorious years of Vibrant Gujarat, a role model for the country, have infused us with new confidence, reinforcing our belief and conviction that Gujarat can achieve anything for the nation and the world. As we embark on the journey of shaping the future and building a modern, developed nation in the Amrit Kal, Vibrant Gujarat will prove to be the growth engine for this journey. Because today, Gujarat is future ready. On 10th of January, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, ushering in an era of Industry 4.0. The country's largest global trade show will open a day earlier, on January 10th, where fruitful discussions will be held on the infinite possibilities of production in the aircraft sector. the potential of Dholera and global fintech hub at GIFT, along with brainstorming sessions on Vikasit Bharat at 2047. On January 11th, the discussions will revolve around game changers of the modern nation, such as semiconductor electronics, startups, e-commerce, tech ed, EV mobility. And on January 12th, Gujarat will engage in discussions with the world on technology, MSME, innovation and sustainability. The gateway to the future awaits your presence. Welcome to Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024.
Unprecedented lawlessness in Mamata-run Bengal. ED team encircled, assaulted, made to bleed in Sandesh Khali area. Sources say Mamata's leader locked doors on ED team, asked supporters to encircle them. ED headquarters receive attack report from Bengal unit. Center calls for thorough investigation.
It is the bounden duty of a civilized government to stop barbarism and vandalism in a democracy.
Bengal Governor C.V. Anandabose slams Changal Raj, says it's high time the violence must be stopped.
The officers of Central Investigating Agency surrounded by the central forces. They provoked the local people badly, that's why there was a counter reaction spontaneously.
No word from Mamata yet. TMC tries to shift the blame, says ED officials provoked the people.
जग जाहिर होते हैं कि बंगाल में कानून और व्यवस्था की हाल कितना बुरा होते जा रहे हैं। आज तो जख्म हुए, अगले तारीख खून भी हो सकते हैं।
Even allied Congress distances and launches attack, says attack led by TMC goons. All right, good evening and welcome, friends. There has been a dastardly attack on an enforcement directorate team in Bengal when they had gone out to carry out a search and raid operation in connection with the Ration scam, or the Atta Chawal scam as it is being called. We're going to focus on that, but I want to begin with a breaking news development coming in from Maharashtra this time. And it seems ahead of the Ram Mandir inauguration, the India Alliance has made yet another anti-Hindu remark. NCP Supremo and a key India Alliance leader, Sharad Pawar, has now said that the BJP believes in cow and Gomutra and wants to spread fascism. He's connecting cow and Gomutra with fascism and the BJP. Sharad Pawar, remember, it was Sharad Pawar's leader, Jitendra Avhad, who had only yesterday rigged up the issue of food habits of Lord Ram and attracted a lot of controversy. And now Sharad Pawar really is stepping on the pedal. BJP believes in cow and Gomutra and fascism. That's Sharad Pawar. He could have stuck to BJP and fascism, but brings in cow and Gomutra, brings in religious angle. And so it seems that India Alliance has this as a strategy. Let's listen in.
आपण सातत्याने सांगतो की शाहू फुले आंबेडकर यांचा विचार हा मी मानणारे लोक, पण ज्यांच्या हातात सत्ता आहे त्यांच्या हातात भाऊ शाहू फुले आणि आंबेडकर ही भूमिका त्यांच्या मनात दिसत नाही. पण दिसतंय काय? गाय, गोमूत्र, गोदूरकर या आदेशाचे प्रमुख या लोकांची विचारधारा आणि यांच्यावरचे कार्यक्रम यालाच महत्त्व द्यायची भूमिका आज त्या ठिकाणी आणलेली आहे. आणि त्याचं कारण हिंदुत्वावर आधारित फॅसिलिटी देऊन हे या देशामध्ये आणण्याचा प्रयत्न या सगळ्यांचा आहे. आणि त्यासाठी त्यांनी काही कार्यक्रम हातात घेतले. 5 कार्यक्रम हातामध्ये घेतलेले. 1. सर्व क्षेत्रात खाजगीकरण, निर्बंध नफेखोरीला प्रोत्साहन. 2. खोट्या प्रचारातून मुस्लिम समाजाबद्दल द्वेष वाढवणं, धार्मिक ध्रुवीकरण करणं. 3. न्यायव्यवस्था, निवडणूक आयोग, ED, CBI, प्रसारमाध्यमं, रिझर्व्ह बँक अशा सगळ्या स्वायत्त संस्थांच्या कब्जात ठेवणं. 4. मनोवादी वर्चस्ववाद वाढवणं, धर्माच्या नावाखाली देशाला मध्ययुगीन कालखंडापर्यंत नेणं. आणि 5. आक्रमक राष्ट्रवाद, मुख्यतः पाकिस्तान विरोधी आक्रमकता दाखवायची आणि त्या निमित्तानं एक जनतेमध्ये वेगळं वातावरण तयार करायचा. हा फॅसिझमला प्रोत्साहन देणारा 5 कलमी कार्यक्रम आज या देशामध्ये राबवायचं काम त्यांच्याकडून केलं जाते.
All right, Sandeep is joining us live from Mumbai. Sandeep, what was the context in which Sharad Pawar has said what he has said about BJP fascism and cow? I think Jitendra Awad of his party is facing action with an FIR getting filed in Pune. But then Sharad Pawar clearly not backing off. He's in fact upping the ante. What was the context in which he has made this comment, Sandeep?
See, Abhishek, it is very important to note that there was a 2 days meeting, party meeting, and wherein all the party workers were present there. And in fact, Jitendra Awad had also made the statement wherein all these